We're going to officially call this meeting to order. We've got a long one here today, so we'll try to work diligently and get through everything that we can. If you guys wouldn't mind, we're going to have Julia Odell come and offer our invocation this morning. If everyone would please rise for the prayer, and then we'll say the pledge.
I appreciate the opportunity to pray with you today. Heavenly Father, we thank you for life and the opportunities to daily serve the neighbors that you have given to us. We thank you for our country, our state, and the wonderful community where we reside. We thank you for Amarillo's citizens and the leaders that you have called to serve them. We pray for our mayor, Cole Stanley, and council members Josh Kraft, Don Tibbs, Tom Sherlin, and Les Simpson. We also pray for our interim city manager, Andrew Freeman, and all of the administrative and departmental staff and employees for the city of Amarillo. These city servants are taking care of so many things for us that we citizens just take for granted. We give thanks for them and ask your blessing upon them. We pray for our families, students of all ages, parents, teachers, and administrators, as we now are in the last half of the fall semester. Please give them help in learning and teaching, wisdom, protection, and good physical health and mental well-being this year. We pray for those in our city who help us during emergencies and severe weather, such as law enforcement, fire department, first responders, EMTs, and others. We pray for all those who work in the medical and health fields, and we ask a special prayer for family caregivers today. Please give them strength, health, patience, courage, comfort, and any assistance they need. We pray for local businesses, owners, managers, and employees, also for the self-employed, and for those who need jobs, better employment, or new skills. We pray for the poor, the hungry, the homeless, the troubled, families going through turmoil or change, the displaced, the refugees, and all those who are working to give them a better life here in Amarillo. We pray for our senior citizens, the disabled, our veterans, and our soldiers. We pray for our churches, charities, and nonprofit organizations. Father, there are many matters that will be discussed and many decisions that will be made today in this meeting. Please give the council and participants wisdom, understanding, and clear decision-making with a spirit of cooperation and peace. Help them to use our city's monetary resources wisely and to make the best choices as they discuss, consider, and consent to programs and various matters on the agenda, such as city manager search, AEDC matters, bulk trash programs, traffic accident procedures, community investment program, technology matters, acceptance of various grants, city projects for drainage, wastewater, wells, renovations, repairs, land annexation, easements, rights-of-way, zoning, demolitions, contracts for materials and services, various appointments, approvals, and filling of board vacancies, and other city business. We humbly thank you for this opportunity to serve our city. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, ma'am. You guys join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now the Texas flag, please.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Please be seated. We have one proclamation today, so we're going to come down there and Miss City Secretary, if you could call up who is receiving that.
Yes, Jamie Sharp, and members of the Amarillo Area Agency on Aging. Good, how are you?
So we're honored here today to recognize November 2023 as National Family Caregivers Month. So on behalf of the City Council of Amarillo, whereas the first rule of taking care of others is take care of yourself first. Caregiving can be a rewarding experience, but it is also physically and emotionally demanding. And whereas the stress of caregiving influences physical health, 20% of caregivers surveyed agree they have sacrificed their own physical health while caring for a loved one. This incidence is even higher in high burden of care roles, and whereas maintaining a healthy diet is one of the most powerful things caregivers can do to take care of themselves, and whereas recognizing nutrition as a vital sign of older adult health and including malnutrition screening and intervention in healthcare quality initiatives can help improve recovery from illness and hospitalization, which benefits everyone in the family, and whereas the recognition of families as valued caregivers is growing every year in our own country. It is even more important to encourage them to take care of themselves and their own nutrition as well as the nutrition of their loved ones so they can continue to give the heartfelt care on which their loved one depends on. And whereas family caregivers have the best interests of their loved ones at heart, a family caregiver must remember to pay attention to their own physical and mental wellness. Only by taking care of yourself can you be strong enough to take care of your loved one. You really do need to take care to give care. Now, therefore, we, Mayor and City Council members of the City of Amarillo, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2023 as National Family Caregivers Month, and Amarillo with the theme Caregivers Connect, given under our hands and seal of office this 10th day of November 2023.
I just want to thank you for doing this and recognizing caregivers. They do tremendous work, often not paid, and so just recognizing them, validating their feelings, and giving them resources to connect. It's awesome. So thank you.
Kick me if I get out like that.
Okay, thank you guys for doing that with us, and Councilman Kraft for reading that again. That is all of our proclamations that we have today. We do have some announcements. I have one announcement, and then I'll ask if anybody else has an announcement. We have a meet and greet, meet the city managers. So we've got a nice little flyer. It'll be going out on social. We are just going to take an opportunity for Andrew Freeman, Laura Storrs, Rich Gagnon, Floyd Hartman, and Donnie Hooper. Rich likes it when I say it like that with the accent. To get to know you guys a little bit better, and for y'all to get to know them a little bit better. And so it's just one more way for us to continually reach out in our community to make sure that we're all getting together. And I would ask, I don't see the date on this, but I know I was told, when will this, December 6th or 5th? 6th, okay. December 6th, oh, it does say it on it. Apologize. 5:30 to 6:30, Civic Center Hospitality Room. So all are invited, and we'll send additional invites. Ms. City Secretary, do we have any other announcements? Any other business to conduct? Okay. At this time, I'd ask you to take us into public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for participating in today's City Council meeting. Your input and your opinions are important to us, and we're glad that you're here to share them today. At each posted meeting, we invite our fellow community members to address City Council regarding posted agenda items or any matter related to city business. Each speaker today will have 3 minutes to address the council. At the end of 2.5 minutes, you'll hear a warning beep that alerts you that you have 30 seconds left to wrap up your thoughts. We do have several public hearings today, so if you're here to speak on a public hearing, we would ask that you speak either during public comment or during the public hearing in order to help us keep good records for our minutes. It's up to you at which point you'd like to speak. When you come to the microphone today, please state your name and whether or not you live in Amarillo city limits, and then you may begin your comments to council. We have 3 speakers signed up today, and then we have 1 additional speaker who sent written comments, and so we will provide those to the public via our website. Our first speaker is Chris Carter. And if Chris is not here, then we will move to Philip Nussbaum. After Mr. Nussbaum, Bill Mannon will be on deck.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I've seen you've got a really full agenda today, so I'm going to keep my conversation pretty brief. I do have something I'd like to bring up at maybe some subsequent meetings, but one of the things that I wanted to say today is really thank you. I'm very impressed. I've been to several of the commission meetings, and I'm very impressed with the way that the commission, the mayor, are conducting themselves, especially at the meeting that was very long, not very long ago. It was impressive how you had people with dissenting views, and you conducted a professional meeting, and you got their interests, and you listened to them. And I just want to say thank you for that. I was very impressed with what you guys have done.
Thank you, Mr. Nussbaum. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. And I know as a council, we couldn't be more proud of how our community as a whole conducted ourselves during that marathon meeting. So appreciate that, Mr. Nussbaum.
Our last speaker is Bill Mannon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. Members of the council, my name is Bill Mannon. I've lived in Amarillo my whole life. I have approximately 15 years of law enforcement in my background. I'm here today to bring to your attention attempted child abduction that's taking place right here in our city. I'm sure most of you have kids or grandkids. How many times have you been out shopping and see a mother with kids or just trying to get what she needs and get out of the store? Or you go to a restroom, you see a small child in there by themselves. Let me bring to you an incident that happened to my family Friday before last. My youngest daughter with her 3 children, an 11-year-old boy, a 5-year-old boy, and a 4-year-old girl. While shopping at Academy, she noticed 4 Hispanic men watching her, and especially her 4- and 5-year-old children. She would go to different departments of the store, and there they would be. They followed her even all the way to the checkout line, where she changed lines. They moved over, got in front of her. My daughter was scared to death. I've raised my children to be very aware of their surroundings and what's going on. My daughter called me at 8 p.m. that night in a panic. And I told her, whatever you do, don't go outside of that store, to find somebody and get a hold of them. And I thank God there was a man walking through with his wife, and she grabbed him and walked back in with him. My wife kept her on the phone. Well, I grabbed my weapon and I jumped in the car. When I arrived at Academy, I stepped out of the vehicle with my weapon in hand. And yes, I did say my weapon in hand because I'm a firm believer of our constitutional rights of the United States of America. After my daughter and grandkids made it to the safety of my vehicle, I called 911. The dispatcher asked if the 4 men were still there. I responded that they had left 3 to 5 minutes ago. At that time, she informed me it could take up to 2 hours before a police officer could arrive due to the current call load they had. My daughter and I went back in the store to talk to the manager to see if they had any surveillance videos. The manager then informed me, she said, good luck with the police showing up. Most of the time they won't. She told us that a few weeks before she had 2 male Hispanic men from Old Mexico approach one of her cash register ladies, offer to pay her if the cashier girl would spot for young children. They would be in the store and she would just call them so they could abduct them. The manager informed me that she called 911, no response. What we are seeing in our city today is the direct results of our federal government opening up our borders to illegal immigrants. I stand before you today to please notify the citizens of Amarillo, Texas of what's taking place right here, and when they're out and about with the holiday season coming, watch their kids, watch your wives. Be very aware of your surroundings and what is there to try to abduct our children and our young women. I want to thank you, Mayor, and members of this council for all the hard work you have done and all that you're doing, and I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manning.
Thank you, Bill.
Mr. City Manager, just with the holidays approaching and everything that we have, if we could direct you in the megaphone and the engagement that we have, maybe to promote situational awareness. We are our best deterrent when we are conscious of what's going on around us, and maybe what we would want to bullet point and get out to our community in increasing our level of awareness and safety.
Absolutely. We'll coordinate with Jordan's team, Office of Engagement and Innovation, as well as the Amarillo Police Department's Public Information Officer on a campaign that would work on this one.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. That conclude?
Mayor, that concludes everyone that signed up
Okay.
today.
Do I have anyone else here today that would like to speak? Yes, ma'am, if you wouldn't mind coming forward.
Just as a reminder, if you'll share your name and if you live in the city limits.
Hi, my name is Courtney. I do live within the Amarillo city limits. Good afternoon, Councilman. We stand here today to once again represent ARFA, the Amarillo Reproductive Freedom Alliance, a collection of individuals, community organizations, and business owners, as well as many women and pregnant people within the state Texas Panhandle across the state who travel through Amarillo and its highways to travel to states that legally support abortion access. We are here to state that we fully reject any ordinance coming into our community that either duplicates existing state law or uses government overreach to further restrict access to abortions for those who need it or want it. In a state with some of the worst infant and maternal mortality rates, we stand against any further attempt to jeopardize access to reproductive health care. Our city holds the Mother Road, Route 66, a long-standing pathway to freedom and the key to robust tourism business in our community. We oppose any attempt to make individuals wary that come through our own town because of extremist ideology that does not represent the viewpoints of everyone. For those who hold an anti-abortion stance, Amarillo is already an anti-abortion city. There are no services within the city or even within the entire state. Pregnant people have a constitutional right to travel, and over 70% of all Americans polled show that they support safe access to abortion. You work for us, and you are elected to represent the safety and best interests of all your constituents. We also stand committed to ensuring that your leadership recognizes that pregnancy prevention is key to reducing abortion, and we will work to make sure that funding for these services remains robust. We also advocate for more comprehensive sex education program for our young people in our community to learn how to prevent pregnancy. If you choose to move forward with this ordinance, we will mobilize our state and national partners to take tactical and legal action to defy and oppose it every step of the way. We hope that it does not come to that, and that we can continue inclusive dialogue and relationships that we have built with you all over the last few months, which gave us the encouragement to know that you do work to represent all the interests of the people of Amarillo, not just a few who embrace an extremist ideology that puts the lives and livelihoods of pregnant people and those who love and support them at risk. We request that you put the ordinance back on the shelf where it belongs and send Mark Lee Dixon out of Amarillo and back to where he came from. Focus on the deeply important and monumental task before you to support our city fiscally, strategically, and structurally. Stay committed to your concepts of small government and the right to personal privacy and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. Do I have anyone else here today that'd like to speak? Yes, ma'am. Please come up.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Martha Sell. I'm a resident here of Amarillo, and I just came to encourage you that there are many, many people in Amarillo who want the sanctuary city for the unborn passed, and there are many people who have roots here, who have been here permanently, who haven't just come in recently, and we are here and we want to build our community and we want to see it prosper for generations to come. And so we just encourage you to consider and vote wisely on the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Anyone else here today? Okay, seeing no hands, we will go ahead and close public comment. We're going to move on to Section 8 of our agenda, our discussion items. Do I have anything on 8A for review or questions from council? All right, I think we're safe to move forward. We'll move forward to item 8B. Mr. Kevin Carter, if you don't mind coming up and kicking this one off.
All right, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'll keep this short because I know we got a long agenda, though, but sure love questions. I can go through this, but just interrupt me if you have questions as we go along. So I just want to kind of talk about some of the projects that we've done and kind of give you some updates on some of the projects that are going on. One of those is Producers Own Beef. That's a $800 million beef processing facility that's going to be located where 287 and I-40 split, and one goes to Oklahoma City and one goes to Dallas-Fort Worth area. They are doing several $1 million worth of dirt work, and they're getting ready to start pouring concrete on that facility. That's a very exciting project that's going to employ about 1,500 jobs and, like I said, $800 million. Ross Wilson, who is with Producers Own Beef and a former TCFA executive, and I went down to Austin a couple of weeks ago and were recognized by the governor for that project here in Amarillo. And it was Site Selection Magazine was doing a recommendation for, or as Texas, recognizing Texas as the #1 state for business climate again. It's the first time that Texas has been recognized as the #1 state for business climate in the last 7 years. So it was exciting to go down there with Producers Own Beef and be part of that and being invited to that recognition. Albers Aerospace, that's a new project that we announced last year. They have acquired some new defense companies over the last 18 months, and a couple of those they are going to bring and headquarter here in Amarillo. That's Garrett Containers. They're currently operating at Tradewinds, but as part of their incentive agreement, we're going to start the process of building a hangar very soon. Like to get money costs down just a little bit more before they start that, but they are operating and have employees here in Amarillo. Some of the staff toured the Tradewinds site last week and very excited about the work that they're doing. Austin Hose is nearing completion on the project that they did. That was a rebuild of their a new facility. They currently operate on the Canyon E-Way, but they're building a new $15 million facility at the corner of Georgia and Farmers in our South Georgia Business Park, and that is, like I said, nearing completion. And that will employ an additional 30 employees over, or up to 30 employees over what they currently have. Coast Packing, that is a 100-year-old California company that we've been working on for about 4 years. They have finally set a closing date on the piece of property that they're going to close on out in Centerport. That's going to happen next week. That will be a $35 to $40 million new capital investment. They're a beef tallow company. They produce beef tallow for the food industry. Plant agricultural systems, that's our latest big project. That's over $500 million in new capital investment. We worked with Lubbock Economic Development on that. Both cities are getting projects from this, and very excited about the possibility this project's going to employ over 700. We should be closing on that land soon, and then hopefully they'll start construction soon on that. And that one will be in our Centerport East project, or park, which is east of our Centerport Business Park. Project Wendell, this is a project that we have not heard a lot about. We sold land to Amazon in our Centerport Business Park. This will be in addition to the project that they have going on at 24th and Lakeside, the 1 million square foot. This one is going to be a smaller facility. This is going to be a what's called a final mile facility. Amazon is not going to seek incentives on this project, but that would be about a $15 to $20 million investment and 30 to 75 employees. And they expect for that to, if you've been out to Centerport, they have gotten really busy. They are the developers due to turn that over to Amazon sometime in August or September. So pretty quick project on that. So we're really excited about that expansion that Amazon is going to do. We sold a piece of land to International Paper. We came before the council to sell that, 254 acres for a little over $6 million. We're going to close on that just got updated. It was supposed to close Thursday. It's going to actually close Friday morning now, and very excited about the possibilities for that project. That project will be determined later, but they wanted that piece of land here in Amarillo because they went through the process of finding Amarillo and making that the spot for their next big project. So we're really, I'm really appreciative of the staff and how well we worked. I know Mayor Stanley was in on some of those meetings with International Paper, and we're very excited about that project. Some of the programs that we've done over the last few months, one of those that we continue to do is our BRE visits. That's our Business Retention and Expansion. Paul Simpson heads our Business Retention and Expansion department, and we did 22 visits this past quarter to 22 different businesses. One of those was a team of us went to Fort Worth and visited with Bell Helicopter and their new CEO, Lisa Atherton, about the future of Bell in Amarillo as it relates to the new aircraft that's coming in. So really looking forward to the future of what that holds for Bell. We are launching, doing a soft launch right now. We're getting ready to do a big launch of what we're calling, we launched an initiative 3 years ago called Take Root in Amarillo, and that was to attract outside talent. And now we are launching another initiative that takes on that Take Root, and it's called Reroute in Amarillo. If you know of talent that is living in another city that grew up in Amarillo and it's time for them to move home, or you think it's time for them to move home, you can nominate those through our Take Root in Amarillo website, and they will receive some type of packet about what's going on in Amarillo. And we're trying to get some of our young or old folks that want to come back to Amarillo. And we want to just let them know how great a great a city that Amarillo is, and try to get them back from either the Metroplex or Austin or whatever. We want to get some of that talent to come back and raise their family here in Amarillo. I know that Councilmember Tips had asked about gateway signs. We're waiting on the builder to get those designs to us, but hoping to have that meeting soon, and then we'll get some concepts. I know we're going to try to get a committee together. I know we met with a couple of members of the Parks Department. I know Andrew Freeman and Laura Storrs and Cashin from CVB want to get those done. And so hopefully we'll have some design concepts soon where we can present those and maybe choose the right ones for our entries into our city on I-40. couple of our recognitions. I recently got selected by our state association, Texas Economic Development Council, to move up into their volunteer leadership program. And so I'm the incoming treasurer of that organization. That's a 5 or 6 year commitment as you go through, treasurer, first or third vice president and on. And then also I want to recognize Holly Schenkel, who is our development director. She got invited to participate in the NEXT program. That's Young Leaders Economic Development through Consultant Connect. So very proud of the work that Holly does and all of our staff. So certainly would be willing to answer questions. I am working, Interim City Manager Andrew Freeman had asked me to put a report together to kind of discuss, where we're at with some of our projects that are coming off of abatement or where those are on abatement. That seemed to be a harder task than I thought it was going to be. I thought that was going to be a simple task. So I'm going to work on that. I promise to have that to you all the next quarter, what that looks like as far as over the last 10 or 12 years, what projects are coming off of the tax rolls and what that taxable value is and what taxes those projects are paying. I'll have that for you all next quarterly report in the spring. Certainly answer any questions, though.
Questions, council?
What is a final mile delivery? What is that?
The way I understand that, Councilmember Simpson, is they bring, so it may be delivery, like they'll sort the last mile, and then that's the people that are going to bring stuff to your house.
Okay.
So they're going to have quite a few vehicles that are out here that they're going to actually, what we've been told is they're going to have a hydrogen fleet out here. Those vehicles will be hydrogen fueled, and so those will be the ones that make some deliveries to your house. So it'll be the final delivery. And I think currently they typically will use some of the mail services or shipping services. I think they're going to do some of their own delivery.
Okay, got it.
That's the way I understand that.
And then with Bell Helicopter, this is the V-280 project?
That's correct, yes, sir.
What did you learn? I mean, what is kind of the potential? So Bell has been awarded that contract, correct?
Yeah, and then there's still some red tape to get through, but Bell has been awarded that, and you're going to see some slowdown with that project's not going to really take off for another 4 to 5 years. So Bell's going to be, they're going to be reconditioning some V-22 operations, hoping that they can keep that line going. But the future is very bright for Amarillo. They definitely are going to build the V-280 here in Amarillo, and they've got another aircraft, the Invictus 360, that's also they're down to the final 2 on that, and that down select is going to be sometime this next summer, we believe. Starting next fall, we'll start. We're going to get a game plan with Bell. I talked with Lisa. We will start marketing Amarillo for vendors, probably starting next fall, because that's how early we need to start that process. And we'll start aggressively marketing Amarillo to collect some of those vendors. With the V-22, we didn't get a lot of we weren't able to get the vendors here. We're going to certainly be aggressive in trying to get those vendors here to Amarillo.
And then with the V-22, as I understand, I guess we produced hundreds of those over the course of time. With the 280, which I guess is replacing the Black Hawk helicopter, that could be potentially manufacturing thousands.
That's correct. Yes, sir. It will be a lot faster process than making the V-22, and a lot larger process.
And so the potential to attract vendors here that are supplying parts instead of them being in Washington or other is a possibility for us.
That's correct, because at present they don't have any partners. On the V-22 they had Boeing as a partner, and so some of that stuff was assembled in Philadelphia and in Washington, and so that right now they do not have partners, the way I understand, on the V-280.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Carter, thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Appreciate the update. Good job. Right in conjunction with that, we have item 8C, AEDC corporate bylaws. We don't have anybody presenting on this. We had a a discussion item just to discuss this. Councilman Kraft had brought this.
Yeah.
If you want to go ahead and kind of lead us down that road.
Yeah, the only thing that I wanted to ask was see what it would look like if we made, our city manager maybe a permanent position on their board, just for continuity and just be in the loop, when you're talking millions of dollars from the city standpoint.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
If we're going to do that, I would also like to possibly add 4 more board members. I believe we're appointing one today, and I would like to see us in January to appoint 4 more, making the board 9 members, making a more diversified board representing all industries if possible.
Okay. We're good to just keep throwing things out here on the table, and then we'll take them apart and discuss them. Anybody else have anything that they're thinking towards the AEDC bylaw? No? Okay. I have had one conversation with Mr. Freeman, and I also had a conversation with Mr. Carter. My preference, and I'd like council's opinion, the ex officio role. One, I do like the fact that we would have our city manager, not necessarily Mr. Freeman, but that role of city manager, whoever that is, would be an ex officio on your board, meaning they're not going to be a voting member. But it would have somebody there that would continue to keep us updated and keep us kind of on the front end of everything as it pertains to development, infrastructure, costs going forward, maybe some things that a business may need that we may not have in place. So to help identify all those as we're working things forward, I think that would be very beneficial. Now, we do have Mrs. Storrs that does sit in kind of a current position there. But from my understanding, I think that's been more from a financial advisory position. And so we're not necessarily asking Mrs. Storrs to update, foresee, or kind of forecast potential problems. And so I think from our side of things, in being the guys that have to look at infrastructure needs and growth and development planning, what we're looking for is the ability to have our city manager right there at a seat at the table. Mr. Carter, if you'd like to, I'm glad to let you speak to that.
You can do that a couple of ways. I think we had a discussion, Mayor, with you and I and a couple of board members. I think how we saw that and what Andrew Hall, our chair, would like to do is to appoint in January. You don't have to make a bylaw change to do that. Andrew can, as chair, can appoint the city manager as an ex officio member without changing the bylaws. You certainly can change the bylaws and you can do that a couple of ways. You can do that through a resolution through the city council, or the AEDC board can vote to petition to change the bylaws, and then you have to approve that change. So you can do that a couple of different ways.
Any negatives from your side in having him kind of sit in that position?
I don't think so. We don't see any negative.
Non-voting capacity, I think, kind of preserves that position.
I think it's great to have access to that person for us, and access for the city manager to have access to us. So we don't see any downside.
Great. Mr. Kraft, do you have anything further?
Not on that. No, I appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay. Well, then, if we're all heading in the same direction, I guess I probably would direct staff to go ahead and progress with that. See if that's a resolution and that's the route you'd like to take.
Just a little suggested change, maybe make it city manager designee. I'm hoping to be city manager, but if I'm not, I'd still love to be able to sit on the board. So just a backup plan. And then that way, if a city manager comes in that doesn't have the economic development background, planning background, they could assign it to another staff member.
Would we have any issue with that, assuming that we did have a different city manager? Mr. Freeman would be our deputy at that point, and he would be designated. Anybody have an issue?
No.
Okay. No, I like that. I think we'll let you guys, we'll trust you to craft that.
But like the idea of a permanent resolution to make it official versus ADC board doing it?
I think it's more directed from us to you guys, so I don't think it would be appropriate for me to ask y'all to come up with the paperwork, let us draft it, you guys approve it.
It'll still, with that resolution, I still think it makes it a bylaw change.
Yes.
We'll just update the bylaws.
Okay.
After you approve the resolution.
Okay, the other, if you don't want to go too far, the other, because I would like your opinion on this, the other suggestion was to add board members. Tell me about your board. Tell me how you work with 5, what 7 would look like, what 9 would look like, how many in general around the state of Texas, anybody you look up to that you like their format, what do they have?
So I did a little research on, so our makeup is 5. That's what the statute, the law has strict guidelines, at least as far as a minimum. So on a type A corporation, you have to have at least 5 board members. And so, and then you have to have a certain amount of officers in that, you have to have 3 officers out of that 5. There is no restriction on how many you can have. I will tell you, around 90 to 95% of the top 8 corporations are the 5 members. The only one that I know in West Texas that does not have 5 is Lubbock. And I would say that I think if you talk to Lubbock, really the only challenge with having more is trying to get a quorum. Over the last 30 years, you can talk to several board members. There's quite a few board members still around over that 30 years. This is one of the most flexible boards that you have as far as setting the date of the meeting. We have a scheduled meeting. It's always the 3rd Monday. But at the end of the meeting, that's one of the agenda items is setting that next board meeting. And I will tell you, out of our 5 board members, there's 3 of them that have never missed a meeting because we've always been flexible. That's a little harder when you start adding more. But and then you have to start worrying about people getting there as a quorum. The more people that you have, if you get to say 7 or 9 or 11 or what, I think Lubbock has 11.
Oh, they have 11.
I think that's right. What's that?
That's a lot.
If you were to have an increase in your board, would you have any other problems potentially other than scheduling?
I don't think so. Just,
Okay.
Obviously you add more opinions in and there's never anything wrong with that. So
What's your outlook on business diversity? Meaning, it'd give you more of an opportunity to have different, expertise there.
it does.
What would that do for you guys?
I think it's always great to have diversity in expertise. I think this is the first time in a long time we do have 2 bankers on there. We'll have 1 roll off next year. And I would anticipate we probably would not replace that with another banker because we already have a banker on there. I think this time it just worked out that we had 2 bankers on there.
Okay.
Typically, we do try to be diverse in that industry, in those 5. This time, we just happened to have, it just worked out with the way it got nominated to have 2 in the same industry. But I think it's great to have that diversity because they may have some expertise in some field that none of us have.
Okay. Councilman Sherlin, why 9?
I just felt like we could have a better opportunity. When you look at the list of people that applied, we had 20 people apply.
Yes, sir.
And when you're showing, if you look at this list, it's a very diversified list of people that want to serve Amarillo. And when I look at this list, I would like to put more of them that want to work. I mean, to me, having more different ideas and more different backgrounds on a board is just better. It's like having a boardroom meeting. When you have your whole board there, you get better decisions.
Okay. Any drawback with 9? I mean, would you steer this to a 7 if you had the choice, or no comment?
Yeah. I probably don't have a comment. I don't know. I mean, that's a hard question because I just,
Okay.
I think, obviously it's your decision to, put as many people on there as you want. We obviously want to keep it an odd number if
Right.
you do have a, voting capacity. So, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with diversity. Like I said, I think it's just managing the quorum part I think that those 5% or 7% of those top A's that have more than 5 would tell you that's probably it, is just managing the meeting and having the people come. Because if you start having 9 and you have 5 there, then you have 4 people that have missed out. And then you have to catch them up, which is not a problem, but it sometimes is. I think that would be the only drawback, is if you start having people that miss meetings.
Do you have anything that prevent you from Zoom? And like if you were going to have a quorum and I couldn't attend, probably, if not it's one of the most sought after boards that we have. So the scheduling thing, I think it's prioritized where people would want to, they'd want to make it a.
I mean, I'm good with either one, really.
Anybody that doesn't want to grow the board, anybody like 5?
So you'd rather have just 5 bosses than 9 bosses?
Well, I have 200,000.
That's true.
I'm
Okay,
fine, I'm fine with that. They're actually my boss, but yes, I mean, it is. The board does direct me to direct staff, so it is easier with 5. But we'll adapt, and it'll be fine.
Yeah.
My first role in economic development, I had 42. So
Right. Well, and I certainly see the value of having more participation, but I also think at a certain level it's economic development is not the same as a parks and recreation board. I mean, you're dealing with a lot of different things and complex things, and I don't know whether 7 or 9. I think the value of having more than 5, and we see this on this board, is you can never talk to anybody about anything. And because in here we can talk to one other person, but you don't, have that. And again, because you have to observe, you have to be transparent with what the public is doing. But I think there's a value of being able to talk with maybe 3 people instead of just, with outside of that, before you go public with it. But I don't know whether 7 or 9 is better. I think it's something I'd want to ask around a little bit to see if there's any other concerns or anything that we're missing. I think it's certainly something that we could entertain. I would also just wonder, and not that we won't do a great job of appointing every board. I'm sure we will, but is it the right thing for this board at this council at this point to all of a sudden replace a majority on ADC of the board at one point? Because if we do one now, if we add 4. We add another one next year. I mean, again, I'm sure we'll do a great job with it, but I just don't know if that's a good thing to do. And also, you're looking at staggered terms. How would you rotate that in? So I think it's certainly something worth the discussion and kind of talk through these issues to see what the best part would be to make for a better AEDC and improve it.
Yeah, that's a good question. As far as the staggering, I think you'd have to figure some type of concept on staggering those terms because it's a 3-year term.
And that could be easy. I mean, maybe it's
that's right. You just do a 2 and 3. We just have to figure that out. And you would do that same change you could do it in the same resolution if you wanted to bring that back at some point. You'd have to do it change by resolution.
Yeah, maybe we bump it to 7. With the goal of next year looking at see how get the feedback from you guys, and then next year maybe looking at bumping to 9 after the feedback saying, hey, this really worked well. Or gosh, we can't ever make a quorum. Nobody can, maybe we stair step it instead of making that huge leap of 5 to 9. Just an option. Then maybe we stair step it up without a commitment of going to 9, but maybe 7.
And I think that's a good discussion. I think we would like to hear more from you guys, and any pros and cons that your board may feed back through you on that. We could bring it back or just let you get back to Andrew.
Either way, and I'll do some research on some of the one besides Lubbock that has larger than 5 and see what their feedback is. If you want me to do that, I don't mind reaching out to some of our colleagues in the state.
I think that I would probably be more inclined to add 2 and to go to 7, just because I think this board would then be nominating 3 of your 7, not 5 of your 9. And I think that carries some water. So we have anything else? Any other questions you'd like to ask before Mr. Carter sits down?
No, thank you.
I think,
by the way, I'm not diminishing the Parks and Recreation Board. I just said, well, how did that sound? So I'm just saying it's a different animal. So
careful.
Yeah, thank you.
No, Mr. Carter, I think we'd like to hear back from you guys again on, maybe what 7 or 9 would look like and any other potential pitfalls. And I think staff would be able to bring something back to us that we could take action on.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Kevin.
you. Well, we're making good time here, so we're all the way to 8D, resolution with, this is digital dignity, rights, and privacy, and Rich Gaillon is coming forward to give us this.
Mayor, Council, Rich Guyon, Assistant City Manager and CIO. I appreciate the time. You know, in the Panhandle, we're innovators. We always have been. It's what we do. From the time the first people arrived here and pointed at some dusty, yellow, windy piece of land and said, this is where I'm going to build, we've had to face problems head on and innovate solutions for those, whether that's in cattle or dairy or agriculture or oil, gas, even government. But we're walking into this period of artificial intelligence, and we're seeing technology advance at a rate we've just never seen in history. So as your technology leader for the city, and frankly as someone who served to defend those rights and freedoms, I share some of the concerns I'm hearing from council and from many of our residents, that we as a city should be thoughtful in taking advantage of technology in ways that give us the efficiency and improved services, but being very cognizant of not undermining our residents' dignity, their rights, or their privacy. That being said, I do believe with the right values and processes and procedures in place, we can actually use technology to become an even better government of, for, and by the people. So it was in that vein and for that reason that we drafted this draft resolution for your consideration and review, with the goal of taking any feedback and then bringing that back as something that we would present, and then we as staff would build the reporting to show council we're making progress against it, and then renew it on an annual basis as a signal to Amarillo that we will always put residents before technology.
Thank you, sir. What I like the most about this is that you brought this. So a lot of times we are responsive. You know, we take a step and we hear from our citizens, you know, hey, y'all didn't think about this. What happens if this happens? How come we don't have these guidelines, these protections in? We have our lead in this industry right now, one of the best in the nation, that's looking out for, you know, how do I want to be treated as a citizen here? How would I want my privacy? How would I want my data handled? How do we move forward in this? And so I love the fact that you've helped to draft this, and that it's very beneficial to be on the front end of self-reporting and self-accountability. And so I appreciate that. Council, you have any questions for Rich?
No, I think Rich and I had a little short conversation before the meeting, and I think it was pretty impressive that, to your point, Mayor, we are on the forefront of this AI deal. That thanks to Rich, I mean, you're getting calls from across the globe, right, and having people fly in from, I think you said, the Netherlands.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
We're getting calls from folks, not just on the technology we're doing, but I think it's equally important as we move into this era that we put people first, and we put in those safeguards so that, you know, we use technology in the right way to just better our democracy and be even more transparent without undermining, because it would be very easy to get caught up in, you know, the industry pushes really hard, and we want to make sure that what we do is best for our citizens, not what's best for industry or big government.
Yeah, I love that, because we talk about Amarillo being so different. I mean, even in here that we're leading. So great job.
Rich, I think this is a power tool and it needs a safety, and I think you've done a lot in taking that first step to putting a safety guard on this. So we appreciate you for doing it.
Outstanding. Well, if you have any feedback, we'll get any additions or edits we need to get done and bring this back to you.
Council, if you guys want to reread that and provide Mr. Freeman and Mr. Gaillon on anything that you'd like to have changed, modified, added, otherwise I think we'd be ready to bring it back and put it into policy.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Rich. Appreciate you. On to item 8E, we have our chief here. Give us a procedure update on responding to traffic accidents.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilman. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this. I think Councilmember Simpson brought this to us a couple weeks ago and was asking about our response to traffic crashes in Amarillo. We end up responding to between 5,000 and 6,000 crashes a year in Amarillo. It comes out to about 14 a day. Of course, on a snow day, that's maybe several hundred, and on other days, it may just be a couple. So I'll just kind of walk through real quick the state law on traffic crashes. That's kind of our framework that we operate from. So the state law gives us the authority to respond to and investigate a traffic crash, and it kind of sets out some guidelines. So any crash that results in injury or death, we can investigate. Any crash that results in damage more than $1,000 to anybody's property, which is like one mirror nowadays, that we have the authority to investigate that. There's some places it does not apply to, like private property. So like an apartment complex would be an example. In a parking lot, we don't have any authority to investigate two cars that come together in there. Same thing like on a storage or paid parking area. Other parking lots are kind of a little bit fuzzy. We can't enforce any traffic laws, for example, in a big box store parking lot. But at the same time, there's certain traffic crashes that we might investigate there, especially if somebody's been injured in something like that. So we narrow that down in our police policy, and so our policy, again, it kind of mirrors state law. We are going to respond and investigate anytime there's an injury or death in a crash. Anytime a tow truck, a wrecker is required, then we make sure we send officers out to help resolve that. And also any hit and run with personal injury, or if there's an identifiable vehicle part where we can possibly identify who did the hit and run, or license plate information, like a witness has taken down a license number, then we'll investigate that. Lacking that, there's really nothing to go on. And then the next part is if it involves a DWI, obviously that's very important to us. So any time that, even if it's a minor crash and the person tells 911 that one of the drivers might be intoxicated, we're going to respond on that and investigate and see if that's accurate. And then anytime somebody's left the scene without giving the proper information or they've given bad information, then we can respond to that. As far as the Amarillo Emergency Communications Center is concerned, they look to us for guidance as far as to what to send officers to. So we've asked them to follow our policy, but sometimes we have to get back together and have a conversation about that. But basically, we did that in October. I met with all the supervisors and we talked about our general response, but we also talked about traffic crashes. And the general feedback that I was getting both externally and internally is that there were some crashes we probably should have gone to that we didn't go to. AECC was following policy like they should, but I felt like it was being applied a little too liberally. So we asked them to roll that back a little bit, and basically any time that a person has a crash and they're on a public roadway, we're going to give them the options. We're going to explain, hey, we can respond to this. If there's no injuries and it's pretty minor, you can self-report this, although that report really doesn't go to the state. It's just simply you're recording that information. We encourage people to exchange insurance information, and if they don't want to wait for a response, then they don't have to necessarily. Unless it meets one of the other requirements that we have either in policy or in state law. So what we've talked about is giving people that option still, but making sure that we default to where if we think an officer needs to go, let's just send the officer and not spend a lot of time on the phone going back and forth on whether or not we can or should respond on that. So that's a super quick overview. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, sir. Questions?
So, because I think in this time where you said you've kind of talked with AECC about this, I think was kind of where I started hearing some things. But I guess if a citizen is involved in a traffic accident and they want to have an officer come to that traffic accident, then an officer will come if they request it.
Yes, with the caveat that if it's on that private property or something like that, then probably not.
Yeah.
And that's just because we don't have any authority to take any action there.
And while you would hope that training would be 100%, that everybody in your department and everybody in the command center would do exactly what they say. Let's say they get someone in the call center that says, I can't do that. What is a next step? What should that person do? Because obviously they are able to do that, but if they run into someone that says, no, we can't do that for you, how could they navigate that to then get someone out? Do they ask for a supervisor? Do they do something different, or what would you suggest on that?
A couple of steps. One would be just to say, I want to talk to a police officer, and make that clear. And again, training in that sometimes is challenging. But I think we've got that message across that if somebody, regardless of all the other stuff, when it boils down to it, somebody says, I need to talk to a police officer, we're going to send an officer out and talk to him. And I understand that because sometimes that face-to-face interaction with an officer is what a person needs, and we're good with that. If for some reason that doesn't work, then a supervisor, there's a supervisor on duty 24/7 at AECC, and they could help resolve that. And sometimes those AEC supervisors, they confer with patrol supervisors who are on duty and say, hey, how can we resolve this? Because occasionally we do get some strange requests that really either we don't have legal authority to take care of, or it may require some different resources, and so we give those supervisors at AECC the authority to slow things down for a minute. Let's call a patrol supervisor and make sure we're all on the same page. But first step would be, I want to talk to a police officer. Second step, okay, well, may I talk to a supervisor so we can see if there's another option here.
Good. Thank you. Well, traffic accidents, they can be minor until it's your accident. It's never minor, and like you say, the cost of doing that. So I just had people ask about that and sometimes when they've been told, well, let the insurance companies work it out. Well, that just caused further problems. No offense, Don, but I appreciate you kind of clarifying that, because I think to make sure that the community is kind of clear that and again, there's lots of crimes, there's lots of other things that we really need to pay attention to, but for our community, when they encounter that, I think it's beneficial to have, the police there to help them navigate that part so that they can, get their claim filed and get their life back in order. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I didn't mention moving off the roadway. We encourage that, and I know AECC, when they were taking those calls, that may be one of the questions they ask, is the car movable? And people are a little apprehensive about that, but there's a lot greater danger of another crash occurring if we're blocking up streets. So I always encourage people, snap a couple of pictures if you got your phone with you, and then let's move out of the roadway. So, because we can investigate it. It doesn't have to still be exactly where everything was. We can still investigate through witness statements and looking at the evidence afterwards. So we want to make sure everybody's safe. Get out of the road if you can, and then we'll come investigate.
Thank you.
Any other questions, guys?
Yes, sir. No.
Chief, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate the update. Okay, moving on to item 8F. We have Mr. Donnie Hooper to give us an update on our bulk trash initiative.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. Note to self, always go in front of Rich and Chief Birkenfeld, so they don't set the bar so high. I'm here to talk about something that's near and dear to me, though, and that is our bulk collection. Before we start, I do want to say that Rick Edinburgh is here with us today. Where are you at, Rick? He's right over here. If you don't know who he is with our Bloomberg initiative when we first started looking at some of these things a couple of years ago and started our innovation team. So he had a big hand to play in a lot of the direction that we were going with our bulk collection and with what we were doing with solid waste, with illegal dumping, and got the innovation team on the right track. So here in a minute, you're going to hear from Kristen as well as a part of this presentation, and she was through this program and has taken it and just run with it as far as innovation is concerned. So, but I thought today what I would do is give you a little bit of history. Today discusses current solid waste programs related to bulk collection, also our data associated with the results of each of those programs, and talk about the innovative approach to cleaning up illegal dumping in the alleys. I think that's what we're all mainly concerned about. The curbside program itself was initiated back in March of 2018. This program was created to give customers an easy option for big bulk waste collection. And the intent of it, too, was to discourage illegal dumping in the alleys and encourage a cleaner city. Our roll-off program started in 2021 in September of that year. This was an addition to the curbside program, and this was created for the same purpose, just to give customers another way that they can get rid of big bulk collection and discourage illegal dumping and encourage a cleaner city. The curbside program, just so you know what it is, that's our knuckle boom trucks that go around. You make a request. We try to get that within 48 hours. The program has grown enough now that we're really not at the 48-hour market. Now we're 48, 72. We still try to target 48, but the program has gotten a lot bigger, which is great. That's what we wanted. We want more people participating in that. So looking at those numbers, I wanted to put this graph in here to show you what the past year, October to October, looked like as far as our collections. And this is really the ebb and flow of this program. We have We slow down in the fall, and we speed back up, and we get a lot of requests in the summertime. Our busiest time is usually May, June, July. Starts to fall back off in August. But you can see that our peak month during this past year, we did 3,852 collections in that 1 month. If you take that and compare it to what we have done since the program started, and I know this is a busy graph, but if you look at the blue line, that was 2019. That was the first full year of the program. And if you look where we are in 22 now and how much we've increased that, it's working. Do we think we could do better with that? Yes, but I think we're at the extent of our resources that we have right now, and that's why we've gotten a little bit further behind in time. And that's something that we can talk about at budget time when we get to that point of the time of the year. Our roll-off collection program, what I did is I just took a snapshot of 1 month of this because we have different things. We'll have a cleanup program that takes place in a certain neighborhood, or we'll have Earth Day, or we'll have National Cleanup Day, or something that changes these numbers a little bit. So we wanted to just show you what the roll-off program has done. These are the locations where the roll-offs are located at. We've worked in conjunction with Emily Kohler. She worked with all of our neighborhood groups to make sure that these roll-offs are in places where they want them as neighborhood groups. And we continue to work with them on making sure that we're satisfying that. But 599 of those emptied in 1 month is a lot. Each of those are 12-yard containers. That equates to about 898 tons in 1 month, and that's just uncompacted waste. And all of them are going to be a little bit different if you get 10 refrigerators in one and brush in another, but that's about the average. It would average out to about 898 tons on that. So the program is successful. What we currently do with that is we go pick those up as soon as we get notice that they're full. We actually have dedicated now a knuckle boom truck to that program. That's what it does all day long, is empties those. We found that it's more efficient for us to go and pluck the waste out of it, put it in a truck and haul it off, rather than to go out there and haul off the roll-off, bring it back, go get the other one, bring it back. Now, we still do both of those, but the most efficient way to do that is with the knuckle boom truck. So if you just kind of look at a quick comparison of what we're doing, I watch these numbers closely because I want to know that our front yard program is successful. That means we're doing what we set out to do. And it is. We're collecting a lot more tonnage with front yard collection and bulk waste than we are with our roll-off program. However, we've proven that the roll-off program is very valuable to the citizens, and they keep requesting that we keep them there. We get calls weekly saying, don't move these. We want to keep them there. Some of our past solutions for illegal dumping, prior to some of you coming on council, we created an illegal dumping task force that went through a lot of items associated with illegal dumping. We had camera placement at illegal dumping hotspots. We changed our ordinance so that we could allow for civil penalties if someone got caught, and we actually got a tag number that we could actually go after them. That had some success as well. And hiring of contractors to clean specific identified areas where regular illegal dumping was occurring. We spent quite a bit of money on that program, and the thing that frustrated us with that is we spent a lot of money. And I'll give you a good example. We had them go through San Jacinto. 6 months later, it looked exactly like it did before we cleaned it. So we're trying to find better ways to do that, better ways to educate the public, and now we're doing that through interviews, social media, anything that we can to get out there that's illegal to dump things in the alley. This presentation here is another reminder of that. Placement of roll-offs in neighborhoods and participation in local national cleanup events. So now what we're going to talk about is our enhanced bulk waste collection program. The creation of this program is actually council-driven. We've had several discussions with the mayor. Our innovation team has also been heavily involved in this. In fact, prior to me coming back, I've done a lot of work on this. And we met recently with stakeholders. We had a meeting last week. We had 9 stakeholders come in, and we had a very, very good conversation with them. They had a lot of ideas. They had a lot of input. They participated, and they're excited. The take that I got from that was that they're excited about this program moving forward. So what we're doing now is we're creating a pilot that we can start this program to see how successful it can be and punch holes in it. We want to take the pilot and just wreck the thing if we can and find out what we can do better and how we can make this a program that will move forward in the future. So I'm going to have Kristen Walbeck come up and run through this part of the presentation, if you don't mind, and she can walk you through what we're doing now.
You did that so fast. Okay. I'm going to try to be quick. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Donnie. So, to his point, this was co-created both by internal stakeholders and external stakeholders as recently as November the 2nd. So we're going to run you through a really quick pilot overview. But as Donnie mentioned, the whole goal of this is to clean up illegal waste, clean up Amarillo, but focus specifically on those concentrated areas of blight within our neighborhood groups. including San Jacinto, Eastridge, North Heights, and the Barrio. So the concept of the pilot is to really focus on one neighborhood each month, just to see how it goes for that particular month, switch to another neighborhood group, and provide a low barrier option for people to independently contract with the city. So I want you to think of Uber for solid waste. So this is kind of what the contractor requirement would look like. You would require an applicant approval. This would be through the Public Works Department, specifically solid waste, where the interested party would provide a proof of insurance and valid driver's license, complete a general application, as well as that 1099 form. That's pretty standard for our independent contractors, and then complete that contractor agreement. And then the equipment needed is very minimal. Yourself and a vehicle. Trailer would be great, but technically if you want to use your Camry, go for it. Beyond that, the work order would be several work orders within a certain alleyway. So you're looking at the whole alleyway cleanup. A contractor would be able to pick, so you can pick and choose what work you're actually going to perform. And then you would have essentially 7 business days to complete that assigned work. The estimated average for each alleyway would be around $300. It could go up or down depending upon the complexity of that work. And then the completion of work is pretty simple. You're going to take a before picture of the area in that work order. You're going to complete the loading of those materials, remove them, and then take an after picture. And that's going to be your proof of completion of work. Disposal of items is also equally simple. So because those roll-offs are already assigned to those neighborhood areas, we would basically bulk up the amount of roll-offs in that neighborhood so that it made it an easy space for them to dispose of those items. But in some cases, it may be more practical for a contractor to actually go to the landfill, in which they would be able to dispose of those items for free at the landfill. This will be especially beneficial for people that have like dump trailers and things like that. And then you would be required to take a final picture of the disposal of that item. And that's basically just to make sure that it's disposed of properly and just not dumped somewhere else. Payment is, I think, pretty easy. The contractor would present a completion of work, basically show pictures of the before, the after, and the disposal of their items. And the Public Works team would close out that work order and then begin to issue a payment voucher with our city accounting department. And the expectation is about 3 days before they would get their check. There are long-term goals associated with this. If the pilot was successful, as Donnie mentioned, we're assuming that it's not perfect. So we're expected, if the pilot's successful, to automate the program. So we want there to be a web or mobile-based application. And I really do want you to kind of wrap your mind around Uber as far as the application, the completion of work, and payment. So automating those payments in a digital process as well. And then we would love to have it integrate into MGO, to where when you're identifying these areas of illegal dumping, that it's automatically going into a system to therefore be scored and priced out. And then on the internal side, we would be able to rate contractors for completion of work. Did you do a good job? Did you do an acceptable job? Did you do a poor job? So that we can provide that continued QA and QC. Expand service areas to include all of the city limits beyond those neighborhood groups, group areas, and then the convenience site locations, which I think you kind of mentioned, but convenience site locations where those roll-offs would be concentrated in, and then continue to promote curbside service. Any questions? I'm going to let you.
Questions, council?
Who identifies the alleys or the areas that need it? I mean, I know that Andrew and I talked about this yesterday. I don't know if it's on board yet, but the dumpster guys that are in alleys,
yes, sir.
What drop a pin where places are needed, or how do we identify these so that contractors can?
Right now, the process is going to be manual. I will say this, we're going to have a couple of supervisors. That's the intent at first, to go through the alleys. We did this as a pilot a while back too. Myself, Alan Harder, and Stephanie Coggins actually went out and ran alleys just to see what we could do in a short amount of time, and we did it pretty quick. And so it's just getting the criteria around what that pricing, what that value is for that's going to be the toughest part. But there's going to be some training for that, and we'll do it manually. The idea is that in the future that we can automate that as well. In fact, we were, there's another Rich kudos, we were over at the outpost, talking to them about how can we automate this process where we can run a camera down that alley and it can just give us a bulk and say, yep, I've identified that there's 2 refrigerators, a pile of brush, and 1 couch. That's worth this amount, where we could have a consistent amount moving forward. That's a ways out, but that's the intent to get there in the future.
Why wouldn't we use the guys that are already in the alleys already? Seems like a duplication of services. If we're going to send some supervisors out to walk the alleys, we've got people going twice a week already down them.
That's a great question, and I'll give you a great answer for that. So if you ever go sit down and ride with them, and I would encourage you to do it. If you ever get a chance, I'll get you fixed up and you can do it. They're busy. They have so many things they're trying to do. Our concern with them is that they're not hitting a fence, that they're not hitting a gas meter, that they're getting the trash collected. You know, they go out on a route, and that's all they do all day long. And if they do anything that breaks that stride, we run into problems with either missed services. They don't remember where they were on their route. There's just all kinds of challenges with that. They need to be able to do their job and focus on that. We've tried that, and it becomes, and then also the other second piece of that is they see it one time, and then they don't know whether they reported it the previous time, and so eventually they just say, well, I think I reported that, and I don't think I reported that, and it's a mess. So it's better for us if we have someone that goes down and just logs all those events. And again, this is the pilot, so we're trying to identify better ways that we can do it. We can certainly consider that again and look at going that direction, but just from past experience, it was not very successful when we did that before.
Okay. Thank you.
Does that make sense? I hope.
Yeah.
I thought I heard at a meeting a while back that our drivers were going to have a phone that they could just hit a number that would report that.
Yeah, well, so what we did is we actually installed a button in there to report the illegal dumping sites and the locations for that. That would be tied to our GPS system. That would give a location for that. So they changed so rapidly, too, that we run into the same problem with that, is that, well, did I report that one yesterday or did I not? Was that a redundant report? So it has its challenges, too, and they are doing that as we speak. So it's how we have the inventory of 1,383 work orders as of today in those alleys, which are a little bit different than how many work orders we'll have when we do an entire alley as a work order for these contractors.
Okay. Thank you.
Was there any negatives that y'all identified whenever y'all were coming up with this program?
Well, I don't know that there was negative, Councilman. There was a lot of comment about, well, what about the insurance? Do we have to insure ourselves as contractors because that's going to cost us a lot of money? There was just a lot of input and there was a lot of dialogue, and I think I'm probably I'm trying to remember back if there were any huge concerns, and I can't remember any unless you can. Yeah, just a lot of back and forth dialogue. That's what that meeting was about. And we actually hope that during the pilot, some of those things come out, that people that are doing the pilot for us are going to say, hey, this doesn't work, or we could maybe do this better if we do it this way, so that when we really roll this out as a full program that we look at and talk about in budget time, if there's some funding needs for it or something like that, that we have all our ducks in a row for that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything?
I'm good, thank you.
Great job, Kristen. You've done a really good job in putting this together. Some of the other things that came up in our last meeting that I thought were very beneficial, we were talking about videoing and doing some videos that would take you through like what it means to own and run your own small business and what we're trying to cultivate while we're putting people out there and creating a whole nother side of this, which is truly a life skills program. So if you think about it, if I'm a lawn care guy and I don't have enough yards, and I now have an opportunity to take that same truck and that same trailer and go and clean an alley up, make $300, I already know how to hook the trailer up. I already understand what it's like to get the check and have to claim it on my 1099 or whatever. But if I don't have that level, what we were thinking is we would probably do some videos that are instructional videos. And prior to approving you, we're going to make sure you have some level of education so that you know how to hook the trailer on the hitch. You know how to double check that your lights are working. This is how you properly tie down a load. If you're going to the landfill, this is where our landfill is located. These are the things so that we don't just get anybody out there that is aimlessly driving through somebody's backyard trying to get to the landfill with trash blowing out, And so there's all sorts of concerns and they're legitimate. Do you need some level of insurance in addition to your automotive? Possibly. We're looking into that, but we need this to be low barrier, because what we truly are trying to do is we're trying to encourage people to look at this as an alternative source of income, a way to clean up your city and take pride in it, somewhat to self-report. So if we're the people that are taking care of our own trash here and we're being monitored, it means a little bit more to us that you're not throwing something down that I just cleaned up. And so there's lots of things that we want to be conscientious about, and we want to factor those in. But just because there's one way that this can go wrong, it doesn't mean that there's not 100 ways for us to make this go right. And so we've got about 90 of them on paper. We're going to work this out over the next couple months. And then the Uber app is going to be fantastic. And I see this being able to grow it into other areas where truly the number one need is if you said, Cole, we'd like to clean up our city. Well, how much would that cost? This program will cost 25, 30% less than what it would cost us if we went out and hired a big company to do everything in town. It can be mobilized when needed. It can scale up, scale down. It includes our citizens in the program. And ultimately, you're teaching people. You're teaching somebody how to run a small business, and they have more to show at the end of the day than just the extra money. So fantastic job. Appreciate all your help on it. I'm excited about it. Anything further? Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Okay, we have item 8G. Mr. Freeman, if you don't mind coming up, we are going to discuss city manager recruitment process. If we have, I'm just joking. We're not going to call you up. So we as a council are going to have a discussion about our city manager recruitment process. I only say that joke just to say, Mr. Freeman's doing a fantastic job as our interim. And we've said this the whole time. We are still obligated to our city and our taxpayers to put forward a diligent search, and the steps in which we do that. We want to make sure you guys know how we're doing it, and we want to keep you involved in this process as we walk this out over the next 9, 10 months, whatever it takes. So actually, I have Councilman Simpson, who I think I can ask to take the lead on this. Would you mind kind of steering us down the road of just a couple of our conversations so far, and then maybe the direction you think in what is the next step?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. And if it's okay, I got a few comments that I'd like to share, and then we can kind of get into the discussion. I want to take us back in history a little bit, only 110 years ago, back to 1913, when the founding fathers of the city of Amarillo were faced with an important decision to make, perhaps the most important decision they had to make, which the issue was how to set up the structure of our government. How was that going to be? The local government system most often used in the early 1900s was to elect citizens to lead the government, and the mayor and council would really run the day-to-day of the business of the city. But that system at that time was causing problems. And the problem was those in elected positions were creating a political machine which favored their friends and supporters and their cronies, and they were getting rewarded with jobs, contracts, those types of things. They were really abusing the system by giving jobs, contracts, and other benefits to those who supported them in their bid to get elected. They weren't guided by what was best for the citizens, but instead what was best for them or their supporters. That was a concern for those writing our City of Amarillo Charter 110 years ago, and the Charter provides the framework for that government. So our forefathers took a bold and uncommon move. The city leaders of Amarillo became the first city in the state of Texas and only the 5th city in the country to adopt a manager-council form of government. So we were the first in the state of Texas and only the 5th city at that time, where the citizens elect a mayor and council who in turn hire a professional manager to run the day-to-day of the city. The purpose is to have an apolitical, full-time experienced city manager to carry out the administrative functions, and there's a layer between politics and running the city, and that's us. We're to prevent politics from running the city. The basic guiding principle of this system is that the mayor and council are weak. We have very limited powers and authority. According to the charter, the council only has a few responsibilities. We approve ordinances. We approve salaries. If you read the charter, it doesn't say that we have to approve the entire budget, although we approve the budget in an ordinance, so we do approve that anyway, and it's probably a good idea for us to have that approval process. We appoint a municipal judge, and we hire, fire, and oversee the city manager. We only have 4 items in our real job description. It is indeed the city manager that has the authority to run the city, and while he or she does report to the council, the idea is the governing body, us, is really more of like a board of directors that gives direction and guidance to the city manager and directions and goals. But it's the city manager who manages the day-to-day operation of the city, not necessarily the mayor and council. If you want to, one thing they added to make sure that they wanted to know this is not our full-time job is they said, well, we'll pay you $10 a meeting. So that it's really a part-time job. But that balance of power is really crucial in a council and manager form of government. And when it becomes out of balance, it can be very problematic. We have, as council, we have access to a team of city staff that helps us with ordinances and budgets. But when it comes to what is solely left to the council, there are 2 functions. One is appointing the municipal judge, and the second, which I would say is our most important responsibility, is to hire the right executive to run the city. The manager-council form of government is now the most common method of municipal governments in this country, and our founding fathers were well ahead of their time. The history of city managers for Amarillo, I think, has been an interesting journey. From 1949, so a few decades after the city was established, from 1949 to 2004, there were just 3 city managers for the city of Amarillo: N.V. Moss, John Stiff, and John Ward. 2 of those 3 had a tenure of at least 20 years. Now, in less than 20 years, we're about to hire Amarillo's 4th city manager, and you could even say 5th if we included an interim manager who was here for well over a year. I think the question you have to ask yourself is, how important is stability of a city manager in growth and advancement of a city? And to be honest with you, why have we had problems keeping city managers for 2 decades? But we're in a unique position to change this trend and bring stability back to the city manager position. We spent many hours in this chamber in meetings, budget workshops, executive session, not to mention the time we spend outside of City Hall of working on a lot of different issues, as we should. But I would say even a 1-year budget, or most of the items that we deal with, may have 1 or 2 year impacts, maybe a few long-term, but most it's just while we're in office. However, selecting a city manager is something that can impact our community beyond just our time here. If done right, what we do can impact it for 10, 20 years or more. We're at a crossroads of our own making as a council. We determined it was a time for a new city manager. A comprehensive, thorough search will, I think, help us best identify the best person to lead our city. But there are other benefits, I think, in conducting a search. It gives the council a chance to focus and discuss not only short-term issues, but longer-term issues, 10 and 20 years. It allows us to get community input in this discussion. It gives us an opportunity to talk to other city leaders from other parts and other city governments to see what are they doing, what's different, what could we learn that we may not know that we could apply here. We might find someone that, although they might not be ready for a city manager position, they might be valuable, and we could poach them for another position in our city. Here's what I'd like to request from my fellow council members today: that we consider beginning work immediately to find the right executive search firm, a headhunter, if you will, to guide us in the search. I believe there are many advantages in using this assistance. The right search firm will bring experience and a skill set that we don't necessarily have. The right search firm will have a network of potential candidates that they already know and are familiar with. I do believe the best candidates are the ones who are not looking for a job but could possibly be a good fit here. And search firms can help in a variety of other ways. Will there be a cost to using a headhunter? Most certainly it will be. Is it worth the investment? Well, we've seen the cost of not having the right city manager, which can be 3 or 4 times more than the cost of a search firm. We've worked hard, and I'm proud to work alongside each of you, spent countless hours on budgeting and policy, but I really think this single decision might be the one that we're most remembered for. We're the council who fired the city manager. Let's be the council that gets this right and works hard to hire the right city manager and lead our city and chart our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Very well said and great presentation. Appreciate you doing that. I think it's important that we have a discussion here briefly on kind of what our next step is. I think that's a really good dialogue of like where we've come from and all of the roles and responsibilities and moving forward. So what I heard and what I would like to have council weigh in on is there's really a couple different ways to go in this search. One is with a firm that does this for a living, and one is without. What I heard you gearing for is that you'd like to go out and hire a firm. Can I ask any of my other council, do you guys have an opinion on the search firm? Sounds like we don't have any opinions on the search firm. So I'm going to take that as somewhat of an opinion. I think if we are a little, well, let me say a lot. I think unless we are 100% sold out that we want to do this without somebody, that I think we should really look at the opportunity to hire a company that can help us with this. So, and unless I had a council member who said, I think that is just a waste of money. We don't need it. We already know what we're looking for. We know where to look. Then I think we might be on the other path. So can I get any feedback from you guys on that angle?
I think that we're going to need a firm to locate and identify management candidates that want to come to Amarillo, for one, right? I don't think that any of us up here have the ability or the time or the expertise to identify, locate, and set up appointments or look. So, I mean, I think if we're going to look, I definitely think we need to get a firm.
Okay, good. Appreciate that opinion. Any others? None.
No.
Yes, sir.
I think I'd like to sit down with the council here, maybe an executive session, and determine what we're actually looking for. I mean, what we do, we go out and tell a firm, okay, I want a city manager, you bring me one. But we need to guide them to what we're looking for. And we've got to be able to set down what standards are important to us as a council, what we're looking for. And I just don't think we go out and say, I want a city manager, bring me one. I think we need to sit down and actually have a hard discussion. Each of us might want to go out and visit with people in the community and bring it back and then have a discussion amongst ourselves what the city actually wants.
So I'm hearing what you're saying. One way to do this would be with a subcommittee. This subcommittee would formulate some criteria. This subcommittee could engage with the citizens group, whether we formalize that or not. And then this subcommittee could even take, let's say there are, and I don't know that there are this many, but let's say there are 20 firms that we could look at that would be possible applicants. I would like to see that committee be able to, whittle that down to 3, 4, maybe 5. And then that be able to be brought back to council. So I don't think there's any reason to do anything, as far as executive, because I don't know that it's necessarily going to qualify for, anything that we need to do outside of just a work session. So in this meeting and in our other meetings, I really feel like we can brainstorm and bring the criteria back that we're looking for. Not saying we would ask staff, but I think that we could pull a lot of data from our staff in the way of department heads and different people within our organization, HR being a really good one that we can pull a lot of data from. So if I can steer the conversation to a potential subcommittee.
Hey, Mayor,
Yes, sir.
Can I just comment one thing? Because I do want to talk, because I think Tom brings up a very good point. And one thing about that is I think one of the values, again, for having a headhunter is, A, they should be part of that conversation. In other words, they should be leading that conversation. And if you find a good headhunter or an executive search firm, what they will do is they can also do a lot of the heavy lifting for you as well. And that, I think we do need to have city staff providing input. I think we do need to get input from the community as well as us. We can obviously do that, but I think it would also be valuable if you find the right executive search firm that they're not just hearing from us, but they're hearing from the community. And when we look at a search firm, I think we'd want to be looking at someone that's going to say, hey, I've got to learn a whole lot more about your community and what you're doing and what you're wanting to achieve, and that they're part of helping facilitate that and helping us get that information as well, and kind of guiding us, because we don't want to, sometimes these things make you get off into a ditch or we kind of get outside the guardrails. They can kind of help us keep us on that, so we're focusing on the right things to be able to do that. But I think Tom's point is good, and that, a search firm could help us facilitate that.
Well, I totally agree with that. And then I think in the way of, if we were to have a subcommittee, we would take 2 council members, and then I would probably ask council to at least nominate 1 or 2 other citizens that could participate in just creating criteria. And what I really foresee in this is not one citizens committee that takes this thing all the way through. I haven't had good experience with that. I think a lot of time you get with a consultant and you do get railroaded a little bit. So I almost feel like you could get citizen involvement with that subcommittee, bring that back to council to where you could have a workshop, work session, whatever. Then once you have the 3 or 4 or 5 applicants that are the most desirable, council would select that applicant. Then once we have our search firm and we compare criteria of, hey, these are the things that we know are important. Like, let's say we're looking for somebody local. They may not be local in Amarillo, but we want somebody who understands our way of life. We want somebody who understands the culture, a handshake and a smile, customer service, things like that. So when we bring that back to this, then we would be able to form another citizens committee that could then help to interview applicants. We go through the application process with different city managers. Once again, maybe the harder we look, the better Mr. Freeman looks. But through this process, we're gonna find out exactly what we have, and then we're also going to see what else is out there. So if I can get any feedback at all, do you guys like the format that I'm walking us down of subcommittee, citizen engagement, select the firm, and then based on that with applicants, you'd have another citizens committee before we would make our selection?
Yeah, and add staff in there.
And staff, of course, will be pretty important the whole time.
I guess I don't necessarily have, I really value the citizens' input and the search part of it, of looking at the candidates and those types of things. I don't know, I don't necessarily know. I just wonder if who we're hiring as a search firm should really be our decision. I mean, maybe we could get some benefit out of getting the public involved in the search firm, but I think they're really going to be working for us. So whether, this subcommittee, a subcommittee of 2 council members, we put out a request to say, hey, if you're interested, let us know. We can look at those, bring some back. Again, we could certainly do that, but ultimately, I think that the hiring of the executive is almost just the search firm is almost just as important as doing the search itself. But maybe there's a lot of value in getting citizen input, or maybe that's something we just want to do ourselves, because we just got to make sure that we're hiring the right person that the 5 of us feel comfortable with.
Anybody want to go a different direction and maybe just do, more like a work session where all 5 of us contribute and we just ramrod the search firm process internally, meaning we would engage with staff independently, but then we really wouldn't have much citizen involvement to find in the firm. The firm would be more on the council side. Pros and cons.
I would say the firm, I agree with Les. I think the firm needs to be on our side, because I think that might be the initial decision to make, and then they can help guide, or that we guide them. Like Les said, they're working for us. Say, hey, we want input from our community. We want input from staff. We want that. And I would guess that they would have questionnaires, and they would have things pre-done that we don't have to facilitate, and that we could give to gather that information.
My question would be is what all is the firm going to do for us as far as like what's their process? I mean, because I don't know what their process is going to be as a firm. You know, they may already have all this stuff lined out, and all we need to do is just select our firm, and then they bring us, you know, however many finalists, and then I would almost say, like we talked about this last time, is, you know, have a night somewhere, and you know, Botanical Gardens or wherever, you know, and those finalists are on stage, and they're having the opportunity with the public, and go from there. I mean, I think there's a lot of different ways we could do this.
Anything from you, sir?
Well, I don't particularly like having 5 people go out and meet your citizens. I think we need to direct that and then let the candidate we select get out and talk to the citizens. When you get a diversified field out there, and there are going to be people like this guy and people like this guy, and when it comes right down to it, it's our responsibility. And if we try to put it off on the, don't get me wrong, I want to listen to what the citizens have to say at every turn, but I don't want to, it's our responsibility.
Right.
We've got to put in that effort.
Yeah, no, I'm not discounting that at all. I'm just saying, you know, with these, letting the public know, like, these are the finalists of who we're looking at, right? I'm not saying, like, they're going to be the ones that are picking the city manager. I mean, if we go through this process, back to the citizen engagement portion is what I'm leaning towards on that portion of that.
And I think one thing a search firm may bring is some ideas on how to do that where it's productively. Again, I agree with you, Tom. It's up to the 5 of us. It's us on the line to make sure that that's done. But an executive search firm could probably provide some value on how, you know, how do you effectively get real community input, and how does that part look?
I think we can agree on that. I think with the onus and the burden on the 5 of us, what I'd like to do, unless somebody's opposed to a subcommittee to go out and look at these different firms and start gathering information with staff and with HR, I'd like to have 2 of us that sign up for this to go and do that part. So step 1 would be nominate a subcommittee. Step 2 is going to be to engage with staff and to see, you know, what we have in-house and any recommendations. And then step 3 would be those 2 individuals plus staff beating all the bushes and bringing every potential applicant that we can as far as a firm goes and their resumes, and then taking that all the way through a process to where we could bring that back to, I would say, a work session or another meeting where we could look at, you know, well, we had this many, we tossed these out because of A, B, and C. These are the ones we had left. Where does that line up with what's in your head?
I think so. I mean, there's, you know, we may have 20 that are interested in it. I would say there's probably only a handful that are probably really qualified to, you know, for the kind of experience that we're looking for, but you just never know. I think it's pretty easy. I think there's a draft that you know, you just say, I mean, and they all know, they do this all the time. So we'll send out something that says, hey, we're looking for people to help us with the search. They'll send us the information, and then, you know, we'll be able to look at it and narrow it down from that. So, again, it's pretty common, but I think it would just be a matter of the city staff making sure that this announcement is in the right locations. And I'm sure word will spread pretty quickly, and then we'll find out who's interested in considering working with us.
I agree with your presentation.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So I like that Councilman Simpson's taken a good lead in this. I know it's something that you're definitely honed in on. Do I have a consensus from this council that you would like Councilman Simpson on this subcommittee? Everybody okay with him heading this up? Okay. And then, which one of you 3 would like to volunteer for this subcommittee, or which one of us 4 may be best suited to do this? I know as a naturally controlling type person, I like being on the committee, but I think as the mayor and being involved in a lot of the conversations and knowing this is coming back to another meeting or a work session, I want my council to hear me say, like, I'm totally comfortable in not holding on to the reins of this as far as going out and hiring the firm. So if any of you guys are interested in working along with Les, I would encourage it. I think it's good to have one of you three on that subcommittee.
I'll work with you, Les.
Okay.
Well, I just was going to wait a little longer and see if anybody wanted to talk Don out of that, but it didn't sound like it.
It's getting a little awkward.
Okay, do I have anybody that feels differently? Everybody okay with Don and Les?
Yep.
Do it.
Okay. So, Councilman Place 2 and 4, you're our subcommittee. And you are now tasked with engaging with staff, finding out what we already have in-house that you can pull from as far as criteria. And then what's the appropriate way to issue that for firms? Would you say request for proposal or criteria?
Yeah, but it can be more informal. We don't have to post anywhere. We can actually proactively reach out to the list that we want to as far as what council wants to do. So I can reach out to Councilmember Simpson and Mr. Tips as well. I've got the draft RFP written so they can weigh in on changes, and we can kind of go through who they want to reach out to, because you've got Texas firms, you've got national firms, so lots of different options to reach out. Or reach out to all of them.
Great. So, Mr. Freeman, if you would take the initiative of getting with them at your next available, I think we want to try to get this going in the month of November and December with the goal that we would have something back in the way of kind of the firm designation either end of December or January.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Can do that.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this item, gentlemen?
No, sir.
Okay. We're all the way to 4:45, stretched us a little far for our first break. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. We'll come right back. Thank you. Got one more item, but see. Okay, we're going to call ourselves back to order here. We are to our last item here on discussion. We have Kyle Sneederjohn coming up here for CIP. That is our Community Investment Program. It's how we're spending your money.
All right. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor and Council. At your stations there on the dais, you have one of these, a big book of capital projects. So I'm happy to be able to introduce this to you guys. Basically, this is an introduction to our CIP, our Community Investment Program. Most of you guys are familiar with that. We talked a lot about this program during our budget conversations, and this is basically just the next iteration of that. This document is specifically a 5-year planning document that outlines and helps guide our financial decisions over the next 5 years of what are the big things that we're going to be purchasing, what are the needs that our departments are identifying to you as council members and to the management team as well. This document builds on lots and lots of previous work, including the work that you guys did over the summer, last summer during our budget process, and gave us some good policy direction as well as direct project direction. But this document builds on previous budgets, previous CIPs. Lots of planning documents that the departments go out and get themselves and or have self-evaluations that they do within their own realms, and lots of citizen engagement in that regard too, whether that's through the planning documents such as city plan or direct documents for each of the departments. It builds on all of that information and brings together a 5-year planning document to help us make good investment decisions. Obviously, year one of that 5-year document is approved in the annual budget, and so within our annual budget we have year one setting there that is in duplicate in this document that you got in front of you, and so then years 2 through 5 of that 5-year plan are the future projects that don't currently have direct funding implemented on them, but are constrained by departmental and management policy and best practice. And then also included in that document is a future table that includes projects that are not fiscally constrained at all. If we ask our departments to try to forecast future needs, future desires, growth potential, those types of things that are not fiscally constrained by those planning constraints. So just quickly, we're going to be considering this document. Let me talk a little bit about public access. This document is available to the general public. It's out and published on the web page right now on our finance department's website, the same place that we post the draft budget every year, and the same place that has the approved budgets and listed for every single year out on our finance website. If they have any questions, they can always get with the CP&D engineering department who oversees the production of that, but that's where it's posted, was out there with all those same financial documents that it ties to. We're going to consider this document for the first ordinance that approves this document on our December 12th meeting. That'll be the actual next steps that happen, and then we'll do a second reading of the ordinance that approves this document on that January 9th. Both of those are required public hearings, and so we have plenty of time for you guys to go through the document, ask questions, get with me, get with our departments about specific questions that you may be having about identified projects or needs and desires, wants, and scheduling of those things into a comprehensive kind of overview. I will indicate, in the front of your document before OEM, it happens to be the first department that's listed there, so there's a tab there. Everything in front of that is kind of a narrative document that does gives an overview of the plan, as well as in the first quarter of that, there is a policy statement. There is a policy segment that specifically talks about capital acquisitions and improvements. And specifically with the new council, I would like input on that policy. That policy is my iteration of what I learned from going through budget with you this summer, and input from listening to how you feel the city ought to run from an investment standpoint. And that policy is something we should get guidance on from a new council going through this the first time. Secondly, in the middle, kind of dead center of that item is a table that identifies basically departments down the left-hand side and years across the top, and has basically the 5-year planning table of projects for each department. That's one of the easiest ways to kind of visualize and see each of the listed projects and what the departments are asking for and what the departments are planning for the 5-year period. Then lastly, towards the end of that segment of the document is that futures project list, which again, the guidance I give to departments and what I'm asking them to help me understand is, let's look out 20 years, not with any fiscal constraints, not with any dollar constraints, and let's talk about needs, desires, wants out there 20 years. What happens if we see growth greater than that kind of 1 to 1.5% that's been typical over the last decade or so? What happens out there in the future? And so that's the basics of the document. Again, we'll bring back to you guys an ordinance that adopts this document on the December 12th meeting and second reading on January 9th. The departments have already started working on their projects that were approved in the budget, so year one projects in this document. And then typically the last next step is once we do those approvals in January, we start right over. We start in January preparing for June, July budget conversations, and then this is the kind of the second look and the actual adoption of the plan. Gives everybody kind of we look at this twice a year, kind of a mid-year look here, and then we start over for year one in the next budget cycle. That's all I have for presentation. Welcome to take questions.
Questions, council?
Now, the only one I have, Kyle, are these adopted to, our pillars that we created back in back in the summertime? Is this kind of in line with what
Yes,
we're
sir.
doing? Or?
Yes, sir. So did an evaluation based on you guys, absolutely spent some good time with some policy conversations, and I think I've iterated that into specifically that policy chapter or policy segment of the narrative there. Yeah. And then each of the departments, when they are selecting projects throughout, when they're identifying these needs, I'm asking them to identify what council priority are you trying to achieve by recommending this project. So the departments are considering those pillars, those outlined policy decisions that council identifies to us, and then I am considering that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, council? How much direction would you like in your policy implementation? So, do you want to know percentages? Like, we had a discussion not too long ago. Hey, I think 30% of our total budget should be on repair and maintenance. 40%. Let's just say we take streets as an example. 40% should be on repavement, and then that leaves, say, 30% for growth, right? So, like, is that something you would like to have from this council, or do you not need it that specific? You just need it to say, hey, I think we should have stuff that gets to growth, things that get to potholes and repairs. Oh, and, we're going to need to replace some roads.
Yeah, absolutely. So, great question. In my personal opinion, I think 30% dedicated to this is probably a little more than I would have as an overall city policy. If you had an initiative that was I want to focus on streets. I want to focus on the dumpster program. I want to focus on those things that you guys identified during our budget conversations. That's absolutely pinpointed into an initiative that we want to address. We're trying to meet a specific need. That's perfect. As an overall policy, I think that's a little too specific. That would be my personal opinion.
So if we had a policy directive of, we are seeing more like 2% growth coming to Amarillo, we think your 1.5% may leave us short 5 years from now. Would you mind directing and steering our CIP program towards more growth? That's what you're looking for?
Yes, that's a perfect type scenario. Yep.
Okay. Council, y'all have any other questions on maybe kind of the direction that Mr. Sneeder-John's looking for? One other question, just for council to know. You have these prioritized and kind of set out in years. We could review it right now and give you a thumbs up, honestly, on some of these things. We just don't know better. 6 months from now, we decide, hey, this thing is 3 years out. We need to move it into next year. How do you like to take direction on that? Is that a...
Absolutely. That's an easy conversation and a direct conversation, especially if, that kind of scenario usually gets identified either directly from the council or through the ACM management process, like you're having a meeting with the street department to talk about this thing, or the parks department to talk about that thing. And as those concepts or strategies get identified, that trickles down through the management team, through and the department, and then ultimately to me to make revisions to their plan. All those conversations are absolutely part of the document because the department is directly involved in identifying the plans. The city manager and assistant city managers are intimately involved in this list, and we go over it multiple times per year.
Okay. So I would just say to council, not married to it, but everything that's in here is representative of a cost. So it comes at a cost if we shuffle the deck.
Yes.
So if we have a priority and we say, look, this is priority, here's where we think we could reprioritize, then we'll give you direction on that. But then we would probably hold out on just trying to stay directed to our pillars and overall view of implementation.
Correct.
So I think I have what I need. Anybody else have anything else? Mr. Sneeder-John, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Looking forward to the conversation.
Okay, council, more for you to read and study up on before our next one. Do I have any future agenda items to be requested? Okay, if not, we're going to move on. That concludes the discussion. We're going to move on to agenda item 9, our consent agenda. Do I have any councilman that needs to pull anything off of the consent agenda for further discussion or information? If not, would ask for a motion and a second.
I move to approve the consent agenda as stated.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda passes. For those of us that still flip papers, flip like 20 pages over. We are going to move into our non-consent item. We have item 10A. We have Brady Kendrick here for a public hearing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Item 10A is a public hearing and first reading to consider rezoning of 16.07 acres of unplatted land in the vicinity of Sundown Lane and Western Street to rezone from Agricultural District to Residential District 3, and the applicant is Furman Land Surveyors, Inc. for P-Dub Land Holdings Limited. And the requested change is for the second phase of the new Beacon Point subdivision. They are ready to start platting that next phase here not too long from now, so they need to rezone the property. It was noted that this request does conform with the neighborhood unit concept of development. It does not conform with the future land use map, however, given that this area was recently annexed and is a pretty newly developing area of the city. That's pretty common to see that discrepancy. And given that it's developing in pattern with other similar neighborhoods in the newer parts of Amarillo, the Planning and Zoning Commission was of the opinion that this request is a logical zoning and development pattern to establish in this area. We did not receive comments on the public notices that were sent as of this meeting, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval with a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mr. Kendrick. So, any questions for Mr. Kendrick from the council?
Nope.
Pretty straightforward. At this time, I'd like to open up a public hearing. Do I have anyone here that would like to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I would close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
I move to adopt ordinance number 8095.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from place 1, a second from place 3. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 10B is Mr. Kendrick once again.
This item is a ordinance for public hearing and first reading to consider the vacation of the remaining 4,150 square foot portion of a 20-foot alley in Block 1 of Western Plateau Addition Unit Number 1 in the vicinity of Southwest 47th Avenue and Western Street. And the applicant is Furman Land Surveyors, Inc. for St. Stephen United Methodist Church. And the church is requesting the abandonment of the remainder of this alley as they bought the existing homes that did exist along that alley. They demoed those homes and they want to expand their parking lot and site and essentially create one large lot for their site now. There are public utilities and franchise utilities in that alley, so they are agreeable to retaining a public utility easement over the entirety of that alley to be abandoned. And as such, no fair market value payment will be required since they are retaining that easement. And no other comments or concerns were expressed by any city departments or the utility companies with that being the case. We did receive one comment on our public notices at our P&Z, simply a citizen asking about the development plans for the site. Once we explained those plans to the citizen, no further comments or questions were expressed. And our Planning and Zoning Commission believed that this request was appropriate and recommended approval with a unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mr. Kendrick. Any questions for Brady?
You said that was just going to be a parking lot?
That is correct.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Nope.
We accept ordinance.
Hang on just one second. We got a public hearing, so I'm going to open public hearing right now on this item. Do I have anyone here that would like to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and ask for the motion.
I'll make a motion. We accept ordinance 8096 as stated.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes. On to item 10C, we have Mr. Cody Balzan coming in here.
That's what I was making sure.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Item 10C is a public hearing and consideration of Ordinance 8097. This is an item, this is a public hearing, first reading of an ordinance that amends Section 410-11 Vehicle Parking Regulations of the City of Amarillo zoning ordinance within Division 4, Vehicle Parking and Loading of Article 5, Supplemental Regulations for the addition of subsections to be titled 5, Reduction for Infill Development, 6, Reduction for Adaptive Reuse, and 7, Administrative Adjustments. And so I want to give a short little recap of the background of this item. We did have a discussion item on the September 26th City Council meeting. We did take y'all's direction at that, and we did a discussion item at our Planning and Zoning Commission meeting as well. That was on the October 16th. We took both directions from that, went back, finalized our ordinance, and actually took it to a public hearing and consideration at P&Z's November 6th meeting. Also, a little bit of background here as well. Parking regulations are the same throughout the city except for the Central Business District. So the Central Business District, which is basically downtown, central downtown, has no requirement for non-residential uses to provide parking spaces. It does require, however, one space per dwelling unit for residential uses. In all other districts, parking counts are based on established ratios depending on the use for that property. It also, in areas that are already developed, basically this makes it difficult for people to redevelop those areas. So reuse and infill lots oftentimes are landlocked by existing developments, requiring developers to basically develop within an envelope. This can limit them to a size of a property, a size of the building, and just makes it overall difficult to meet all the development standards for that property. This is a common practice for reducing parking requirements along older commercial corridors as a way to incentivize redevelopment and reinvestment. I do have a few cities here as just reference. So Dallas has an administrative reduction, a tree preservation reduction, a bicycle parking reduction, and another one, Waco, a little bit more similar size to us, has a parking reduction for providing a parking study. So our first subsection here is subsection 5, and this is infill developments, and this is basically just within 01, 02, neighborhood service, general retail, light commercial, heavy commercial, and light industrial districts, and this would allow a reduction of up to 20%. And so this is associated with lots that basically don't have a structure on them already. Subsection 6, this is for adaptive reuse of existing buildings. So this requires that the property be located in an adopted neighborhood plan area or along Route 66 between downtown and San Jacinto. The eligible buildings for this either have to be at least 20 years old, identified as a dangerous structure, or has been vacated for 3 years. However, when doing this, the reuse project cannot expand the floor area by more than 50%, or they are no longer eligible for that reduction. Subsection also allows for additional locations of off-street parking. So current regulations require spaces to be provided on the same lot or adjacent lots. This subsection would allow parking to be provided, if you're applying under this subsection, parking could be provided on a lot that is within 1,320 feet of that property. That is basically a quarter mile, and that's going to be measured as a person would travel, so a pedestrian from the parking lot to that property. And then if you're applying under this, this would allow up to a reduction of 50%. Now, under subsection 7, this is administrative adjustments. This would allow our planning director to administratively approve up to a 25% reduction for new developments, redevelopments, or changes of use, and this one does not require it to be located in those specific areas. This does require a parking demand forecast study to be provided, and that would be from a professional engineer or a transportation planner, and only would allow for a reduction of up to what they're not able to provide. So in the instance where 40 parking spaces is what is being required, the section would allow us to go down to as much as 30. However, if they're able to fit 35, they'll get a reduction to the 35. This also can be provided in addition to our subsection 5 and subsection 6, so reductions for infill or reductions for the adaptive reuse. We can also apply a 25% reduction, up to 25% reduction for administrative adjustments there. We do have an addition to this as well, that with approval of the traffic engineer and the granting of adaptive reuse adjustment, parking spaces in which maneuvering of a vehicle requires use of a right-of-way may be counted towards the required number of off-street parking spaces when located on a road designated as local. So currently it does not allow this. And in this instance, what ends up happening is older structures where they had maybe straight-in parking, and those parking spaces are fully within that lot. However, not enough space is available there for a vehicle to back out of that parking space without going over the property line. In that instance, if they don't have that amount of space, we weren't able to count it. But this subsection would allow us to, when it is associated with that adaptive reuse. All right. So I went over what is changing, but I also want to go over what is not changing. So what is not changing? Our process for calculating the required number, our established ratios of the different uses. And as an example, I went ahead and put one up there for retail-related uses. So this would be one space at 200 square foot floor area. What prompts our review is not changing. So a site plan or a reduction in the number provided, and that's usually associated with a reconstruction of a parking lot, resurfacing, or like restriping. Our on-street parking still will not count towards required number. And then the required ADA accessible spaces, they're still going to be required on each development. So our analysis, basically the analysis of proposed changes are consistent with the citizen direction that we're hearing from the City Plan Vision 2045. This is consistent with a business-friendly community. Priority for the City Council. This does offer a structure, for an area in our code that is consistently identified as an area that's very restrictive for development or redevelopment for infill and adaptive reuse types of situations there. This was recommended for approval unanimously at the November 6th Planning and Zoning Commission, and I'll answer any questions you'll have.
Mr. Balzan, thank you for the presentation. Appreciate all your work on this and Ms. Kohler's work over there. These are really good changes. They'll allow for some administrative latitudes that'll help us with being that business-friendly community. Questions, council?
Nope. Just want to say thank you.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
We appreciate it. At this time, I'll open a public hearing. Anyone want to speak for or against these parking changes? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing, and I'd ask for a motion.
I move to adopt ordinance number 8097.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes. On to item 10D. We have Mr. Freeman.
Yes, sir. So very quick presentation. As we were working through the parking garage retail space sale of that portion of the parking garage, it was discovered that we did not vacate the alley during that construction. So we are here today to recommend approval of vacating it before we close on that property.
And what if we don't want to?
That would be challenging. We may not be able to close in January. So
Okay.
short and sweet, the alley just runs north to south, and a portion of that is where the retail space is. So.
Well, that's a good presentation, sir. Thank you for bringing that forward. This is not a public hearing.
No, sir.
Okay. Any questions for our city manager? No. Okay. Thank you for catching that and getting this closed soon. Any discussion on this one, gentlemen? Would ask for a motion.
Make a motion to adopt ordinance 8098 as presented.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes. On to item 10E. We have Chris Ray. Do we have Chris? Yeah, we do. Another right-of-way dedication.
Good afternoon, Mayor Stanley, council members. This item is to consider right-of-way acquisition off of Amarillo Boulevard and Mira Street. Ordinance 8099 of the City of Amarillo, Texas, provides for acceptance of a right-of-way dedication from Jamal Enterprises, a Texas limited partnership, located in a certain title plat, Historic Route 66. Conveyance of this right-of-way deed is subject to a monument sign, which could be in violation of the City of Amarillo Municipal Code, Section 4-2-9-G3 for setback requirements. There's some background on this project. The City of Amarillo, in conjunction with Texas Department of Transportation, is we are acquiring additional right-of-ways along the Amarillo Boulevard. The focus of this project is to upgrade the Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA standards, Further enhancements will include new traffic lights and upgrades on the sidewalks. This ordinance will allow the city to acquire a 241 square foot right-of-way at the intersection of Amarillo Boulevard and Mirror Street from the Toot and Totem convenience stores. Toot and Totem is currently constructing a car wash at this location, and their permitted monument sign is set back currently 10 feet from the right-of-way. By granting the city additional right-of-way, Toot and Totem will be in violation of the setback requirements. City staff is recommending approval of Ordinance 8099 that will grant the additional right-of-way to the city and help facilitate the upgrading of ADA standards and the traffic light at Amarillo Boulevard and Mirror Street. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ray. Appreciate that presentation. Questions from council on this item?
I don't have anything.
No questions? Would ask for a motion.
I move to adopt ordinance number 8099.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item 10E passes. On to 10F. We have our interim deputy, Miss Laura Storrs. Budget amendments.
Yes, this is the first one you'll see. We'll have more coming later. This is just related to the meet and confer agreement that council entered into, and this is to add 9 additional positions into the fire marshal division of the fire department. So there's a list here of what those 9 positions are. If you have any questions, I can certainly answer that.
I know it's a review that we've already all walked through. We're definitely all in favor of the improvements you've made to our fire marshal's office and also how that's helped impact our city marshals in a good way.
Absolutely.
Any questions for Ms. Storrs? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Would ask for a motion.
I move to adopt ordinance number 8100.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 10F passes. On to item 10G, we have Mr. Kendrick coming back up.
This resolution is the first of a few steps associated with a property owner-initiated annexation request in the northeast side of Amarillo. This is a proposed annexation of 1,086.85 acres of land in Potter County, just north of the airport, in the vicinity of U.S. Highway 60 North Parsley Road. And the applicants on this annexation request are the Amarillo Economic Development Corporation and CVMR Texas, Inc. And this is the first step in a number of meetings that are required to occur per state law when processing a property owner-initiated annexation request. And this meeting and item is not the consideration of the annexation itself. This just sets the date, place, and time for the public hearing and also authorizes the city manager to sign the agreed service plan that was negotiated with the applicants. And those are items that are required by state law prior to the annexation being heard at that first public hearing. And that service plan, city staff and management negotiated that with the applicants, and the applicants have signed that agreement, and if this resolution is approved today, it would then allow the city manager to sign that in addition to the setting that first meeting. And that first meeting, we are tentatively, this resolution would set that for the December 12th city council meeting, if the resolution is approved today. And at that point, that is the time that the annexation itself and the details of that will be considered by you all in that first public hearing. And the second reading of that ordinance would be the first city council meeting in January, would be the schedule we're looking at following for this. So. One thing I'd like to note about the resolution, there was a typo on the second page of it with a survey label on that. The agenda caption itself and the exhibit were all correct, but I just wanted to point that out, that the city secretary should have, I believe, did provide a corrected copy of that on the dais. So if you all choose to adopt this resolution, we just ask that you adopt it with that revision on that second page. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Kendrick? Setting a time for the public hearing. And then I would ask for a motion, but would you mind reading the correct resolution number when you make that motion?
I move to adopt resolution number 11-14-23-4.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Thank you, sir. On to item 10H, Mr. Donnie Hooper here to award a contract.
Yeah, this item is to consider award of a contract for our fueling center. This is a new fueling center that will be out at our service center. I thought it would be a good idea, and I don't have a presentation for you, but I thought it would be a good idea to kind of walk you through the history of our service center and the fueling center that we have out there, because it's a pretty fascinating story. It was built in 1964, the original fueling island that was put in out there. In 1988, it had to be replaced, so that's a long time ago as well. That lasted 24 years. The reason it had to be replaced in 1988 is because they had a fuel tank that ruptured at that location. Due to the rupturing of that fuel tank, we were under some mitigation response to that for about 18 years through, and this was prior to EPA, prior to TCEQ being formed. This is back when TNRCC was doing all the environmental things. So we ran into a pretty big problem out there when we replaced that tank the last time. We're out of that now, but this one now has lasted us about 35 years, and it's well overdue, probably by about 10 years or better, to be replaced. It has competed with other capital items in our budget for many, many years, and so it is just now coming up into the forefront. But I wanted to give you that history on that for one thing, and then let you know what we have out there. Currently, the dispensers that we have, and you got to remember in 1988 what the size of the city, what Amarillo was, what the size of our fleet was, it was a lot less than what it is now. So there's a total of 6 pumps, 6 dispensers that are at our fuel island. 4 of those are diesel, 2 of them are unleaded. 2 of those are operable that are diesel right now, and 1 of the unleaded is operable. We run through about 1 million gallons of diesel a year and about 500,000 of unleaded every year. So what that does is it creates an efficiency problem for us, and that is that our trash trucks, that our other equipment in wastewater, water distribution, anybody that has, there's 513 units that use diesel fuel. And if you can imagine fueling 513 units with 2 pumps, it's quite a challenge. So that's why this has been elevated up to the front of the priorities for us. And during that process, when we put this bid out intentionally, and this was prior to me coming back, but I was aware that this was going on, this was put out intentionally as a best value bid simply because we wanted time to be a factor in it. We wanted 3 things to be evaluated. We wanted time to be evaluated, we wanted price to be evaluated, and also qualifications to be evaluated. So that's a little bit different than the lowest price bid that would go out, and I know you are familiar with that. But that's how it was intentionally put out. Furthermore, we've got some experts here in case we need them. Trent is here from purchasing to explain a little bit of how this works, but I will tell you just in general the way that works. We had 3 people that are appointed by purchasing to be on a select committee that will go through those documents and evaluate them. They can't discuss it with each other. They can't say, hey, I really like this one over that one. They're specifically given the criteria to evaluate what that intent of that bid was, and that was best value. So as they go through that, it's objectable for each of them. I may evaluate it different than you would evaluate it, Mr. Stanley, and that's the purpose of it. But they have criterion that they do evaluate that. Then they also look at the price, and then they score it. That scoring criteria is all calculated by purchasing, and you come up with the total amount for each of those items, and that's how you get the selected bidder. And in this case, it would be Tri-State General Contracting, which was not the lowest price bidder, but they were the one that scored the highest on this at 5.301450. And that's what this item is here for today to discuss, and also to make a recommendation that we award the contract to Tri-State General Contracting. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them. I know that was a little bit lengthy, but I thought it's good to have the history of that out there, because here's the other piece of that, too. Our new fueling center is going to have 16 pumps. 8 of those will be diesel. 8 of them will be unleaded. We will also have DEF, which is we're required by law to put in our diesel trucks. Currently, they have to go to our parts counter, order the DEF, go back out to their truck, wait in line, fill it up. If they have any hydraulics on those trucks that they have to fill up, they then have to go to the service center, get the grease, get that done. So there's a big process there that we know that we're losing about an hour and a half to 2 hours in efficiency sometimes. And we talk about issues like solid waste and all that, and the productivity is going to go way up with this new center. We know that because DEF, hydraulics, and fuel are all located right there at the pumps. So it's going to be great for us, and I think our efficiencies are going to really skyrocket once we get this in place. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Questions, council?
Yes, sir. I just have two questions. What was the original budget amount of money for this facility?
The original budget, I don't have that in front of me. Do you remember, Laura? Yeah, $4 million.
And I'm just curious as to what part of the process, because I'm looking at the bids, $200,000 difference between the two. Is it just a matter of how quick it gets, they can get it finished?
That's
what's
correct.
The actual...
Yeah, there was a difference in time of, one of them was like 337 days, one was 450 days. Actually, the lowest amount of time was the highest priced bid that we had that can complete it in the lowest amount of time, but it was a substantial difference in the price there. So again, that goes into their evaluation when they're looking at that and grading each of these criteria when each person submits their recommendation to purchasing.
Okay.
And we really, and one piece that I might throw into that is we have evaluated the efficiencies of this. If you think about 513 vehicles, you think about 513 people, and even if half of that, just half of 250 of these diesel vehicles, 250 employees, some of them have two people in a truck waiting for 2 hours versus waiting for what we think is going to be about 20 to 30 minutes to get their productivity underway. If you take all that and you put dollar values to that, you can get into the millions like really quick. Within weeks. If you really take what that truck is valued at, if it's working. So I know that weighed into their decisions. When they're going into that, because that's part of the instruction. So.
Thank you.
That's a good question, sir. Any other questions? Hey, we appreciate the explanation. I think it's important when you're handing something out and it's not a low bid to be able to justify and say, well, this is why this makes financial sense, economic sense. So.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hooper. No further questions on item 10H? Would entertain a motion.
I move to award contract for item number 10H to Tri-State General Contracting Group in the amount of $5,301,450.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this one? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 10I, Ms. Stephanie Coggins.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next two items are the Potter Randall Appraisal District voting. Council made nominations back in October, and so we are bringing the ballot back today for you to vote on the candidates. As a reminder on this, we get a certain amount of votes based on the tax levy for all entities on the ballot. So for Potter County, they have 5 candidates on their ballot, and they just so happen to be the 5 candidates that you nominated on October 10th. You have 715 votes to cast today. You can vote all of those for one candidate. You can split them evenly between the 5, which would be 145 votes each, or you can do whatever else you would like on those votes. Any questions on Potter County?
Have you had time to visit with council independently as to kind of how this works and what their options are?
On the Pratt
on
board?
the 715 votes and how that works.
I have not, but in essence, you can vote for anywhere from 1 up to 5 candidates. I was at the Potter County Commissioner Court yesterday. They put all their votes to one person, for example. So you can do that. You can pick if there's one strong one that you want to try to make sure they're on there, give them all your votes. Otherwise, we split it between up to 5. On the Potter County Board, I will say it's not going to matter as much because there's only 5 people on the ballot, so all 5 will likely be elected into that board. When we get to Randall County, there are 6. So
Go ahead, sir.
So there's 5 positions available, and there's 5 people on the ballot.
Yep.
Okay.
So.
I'd say split them up equal.
Agreed.
I think we would direct you to split the votes. What'd you say it was 100 and what?
145 per candidate.
145 per candidate. Okay.
So if y'all are good with that, someone can just say so moved, and we will.
So moved.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a so moved and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Okay, let's go to Randall County. Randall County has 6 candidates on their ballot. You can vote for up to 5 of these. You'll notice the 2 highlighted ones here, Vance Snyder and Ginger White, are the 2 that council nominated. We also nominated Kirk Hude. He has voluntarily removed himself from this ballot due to some possible qualification challenges.
Ms. City Secretary, can you tell me, did Randall County already vote?
I don't know if they have or not.
Okay.
I can tell you the math on this. If you wanted to split your votes between your 2 nominees, that's 340 votes apiece. We have 680 total votes. If you wanted to vote up to 5 people, that would be 136 votes over the 5 that you choose.
Discussion, gentlemen?
Well, I would think that we split the votes if those are the 2 we chose, unless there's somebody else that's on the ballot that somebody else wants. Split
Any
them.
of the other 4 pop out that anybody feels like we would need to cast a vote for? No. Okay. I think we would like to split that. You're saying it's 340?
In that case, we would give 340 votes to Vance Snyder and 340 to Ginger White.
Okay. Does anyone feel so moved?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
I have a so moved and a second on item 10J. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes.
Okay. I'm going to introduce the next 26 items. So very excited to be here with y'all. Our annual board and commission appointments, and I know Mayor Stanley has been through this a couple of times now. We take once a year, the city has around 50 boards, and we do all of our appointments at the end of the year. In November, the people that you appoint today, for the most part, will start serving in January, other than a few vacancies that are current that they would start now. And so I just want to give you a little bit of background, and then we will try to move through this as quickly or as slow as you need us to. I will tell you the first time I did this, it took 4 hours. Last year it took 2, so this year if we want to take 1, we'll see. We accepted applications from mid-September to mid-October. We have appointments for you today for 26 boards, and that's a total of 70 positions that we're looking to appoint. We received over 190 applications this year from 120 individuals to fill these boards. People can apply for up to 3 boards, so we were very, very excited by that turnout. Our goal through this process is to prepare you with information, make it as painless as possible. And so on that note, we did give you a binder about a week and a half ago with all of the applications in there. And then if you noticed in your board backup, there is motion language on each of the transmittal memos to kind of help you where you can fill in the blanks with those members. As we go through this today, if it's easier on some of these where there are a lot, we are happy to kind of make a summary to you. And if you feel so moved, like we did on the PRAD boards, you can do it that way to do your motions, or you can follow that motion language. As you consider appointments today, please note the qualifications, which I'm going to put up on the board right here. Main qualifications are your appointees need to live in either Potter or Randall County. They have to be a registered voter. Inside the city limits is preferred. But if there are people living outside the city limits who bring exceptional subject matter knowledge or expertise to a board or commission, we certainly welcome that. They must not be indebted to the city, and attendance should be at least 75%. And so we have provided some staff recommendations to help you today. Each staff liaison has reviewed the same packet that we provided you in your binder, and they've provided some recommendations based on the board needs and potentially the qualifications of candidates. And so those are there to help you, not anything you have to use, but certainly there if you'd like to. With that, I'm going to invite Johnny Glick up, and she is going to walk you through these. I'll be back to relieve her in just a little bit, but as we go through each board, the majority of the liaisons are in the room with us today, and so we'll point them out. They're able to answer some of the more detailed questions if you have any on particular boards, and we will start to work through these. So, thank you.
Thank you. One thing that I might recommend to council, some of these boards that are on the front end, it's hard to remember when you get later in the packet. And so you'll have some really strong candidates that put the resume in and requested just one board on the front end, but they might be willing to serve, and they might even be a better fit somewhere else. So you may kind of keep an available list going for yourself so that if we had somebody that we weren't filling, they may be a good fit elsewhere. Ms. Glick.
And Mayor and Council.
Yes, ma'am.
May I add something real quick? We have at least one board that doesn't have any applicants. So definitely keep that in mind as you go through if you see somebody that might be a good fit.
Great. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so we're going to start today with the Amarillo Economic Development Corporation. The AEDC Board of Directors has 5 members, as you guys discussed earlier today, and they are appointed by council to serve 3-year terms. They are limited to 2 terms by Texas state law, and they meet monthly. The liaison to this board is Kevin Carter, and the current members are listed on the screen for you, and there is one position to consider. Lloyd Brown has served 2 terms, and therefore he will need to come off the board. And so we are looking for an appointment to replace Mr. Brown beginning on January 1st of 24. We did have 20 applicants for this board, and there are no staff recommendations.
Okay. So on this particular board, rather than just asking for a nomination, one time getting a second and kind of pushing it through with this particular board and it being our first one, I would like to allow everybody to potentially make a nomination if you have one. So I'm going to start with place 1. Do you have an individual you'd like to nominate for this board?
Yes, sir. Deepak Patel.
Okay. So Mr. Patel from place 1. Place 2?
What if it's the same?
It can be. It may be helpful if it is.
Okay. I would nominate Deepak.
Okay. All right. Place 3?
Deepak.
And place 4?
Well, let's at least have some conversation and discussion, shall we?
I think so.
Well, I don't know if you want to do. I had 3 people as I looked through here that as I looked at their qualifications, that I would say that I think would be qualified to compare and contrast.
Okay.
I had Dean Crump, Jared Fuller, and Rodney Hill as 3 people that I felt would be would have the qualifications and experience and things that we're looking for. So.
Okay. I also know Dean Crump would be somebody that would provide some good experience, expertise, a business mindset. That would definitely be one if we move forward, like to put on your available list. There may be some other boards, commissions that somebody like that as a developer, construction-minded individual might fit really well in. I also had Deepak Patel down as one that I think, for me, with him, and I'll just say this, so everybody can hear it, I love the fact that he's an international business person. He brings something that we haven't had here in the way in which we are marketing Amarillo to outside entities that we want to attract certain types of businesses. And he is a hotelier, but he does a lot more than that in a lot of different ways. And so I could see some benefit there. I see my esteemed, respected councilman here, Mr. Howard Smith, as another one that would be a good person to put on a board and is always willing to serve. If not this one, he may be a name you'd keep in your hat. So do we have any further discussion over Mr. Patel being the one that I would have 3 nominations from?
No, I mean, it's difficult when you have all these names that are really, really good and very difficult.
Somebody's going to be mad at you at some point, right? So, okay, at this time I'd take a nomination for a motion.
I'll make a motion, we put Deepak Patel on there.
Are we saying that in the right way? Do we need to move
That's
to nominate?
Fine. No, you can just so move if you want.
Okay. Second. I have a motion and a second for Deepak Patel. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, our next board that we're going to discuss is the Convention and Visitors Bureau. This board is made up of 9 voting and 2 non-voting ex officio members as appointed by council. These members also serve 3-year terms but do not have term limits. This board does meet monthly. The liaison is Cashin Smith, the Executive Director of Convention and Visitors Bureau, and we have provided you with the current members on the screen. There are 5 positions to consider today, and you have 10 applicants. Staff did provide recommendations for Chris Fenton, Phyllis Golden, and Vic Raga to each be reappointed to serve a second term. Ms. Golden is the treasurer currently, and Mr. Raga is the vice president, and are in the middle of their officers' terms. All 3 members have great interactions with the board as a whole, and staff also requests that Beth Duke and Bo Folks be reappointed as the Center City and Civic Center ex officios, respectively.
Can I ask a question? How long has Vic been on the board?
How long has Vic been on the board? He's been on there since...
Our board's first day was October 1st, 2020. So they're a brand new board.
Okay, but then he was on the board before?
But the council, the Amarillo Convention and Visitors Council, was actually an advisory board under the chamber.
Okay.
So yes, he was on there since 2018, though. I did look that up.
Okay. So. Okay. I would like to... Are we in motion?
How do you want you want to do the same thing? Or?
You know, I would ask you to not make a motion just yet, but I would like you to make your nominations.
Oh, nomination. I nominate Surin Patel.
So Serene in place of?
That would have to be in place of it.
Because of the hotelier spot. Okay.
Well, see, that's what I'm confused on. So you have these at-large positions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, does that play? Hey, there you are. So you kind of explain, like, on this portion?
Okay, so the purpose of the at-large, so we have specific seating. We did this with purpose in mind on this. So the hoteliers are guaranteed the 3 spots, attractions 2 spots. We have them listed as entertainment, but that can be anything from retail on Route 66. That's anybody that welcomes visitors in that we put under that attraction umbrella. The at-large is where we have the 3 positions. Right now, Jason Fenton is a lawyer. We have a nonprofit specialist who is Angela Knapp-Eggers. And then Coco Duckworth is a marketing and consultant for professional development. So we're really mindful of those 3 spots bringing in an outside view. So I really, as much as I love Surin, we will have opportunities within the next couple of years. Whenever we started in 2020, we staggered them so that they will start rolling off. And we don't have term limits, but we do intend on practicing the 2-year terms on this. So we want to have good practice on that, even though our bylaws don't speak to that. So I don't necessarily want to put another hotelier in a spot that limits the outside view, because the point of those 3 seats is basically where not only some specialty can come in, but it really gives us an idea of somebody outside of our industry can look at us as a visitor and bring a different perspective in whenever we're having some of the conversations on the marketing and those kind of things.
So Serene in place of Vic would be something you'd be okay with, but then in the way of an at-large position.
I wouldn't necessarily want him in an at-large position, but to put him in Vic's place would disrupt our officers.
That's where I'm going. Okay.
So where my hope, I guess my suggestion would be that we maybe roll him in whenever the hotel positions are opened up. I'd like to give everybody the chance to do 2 terms as long as they're in good standings with the board. And so they would like to continue to serve. Vic is an officer on the board. I think whenever they come in to serve on the board, they have the expectation that they can serve the full 6 years, but that we have structured it in a way that our partners will be able to roll on as that is appropriate, I guess.
Okay.
I don't want to push anybody off of the board that hasn't had the chance to do a full 6 years, I guess is what I'm saying.
We appreciate the advisement. It is a 3-year term.
Mm-hmm.
And so for council, I do want to allow them to have their full
Absolutely.
voice as council. And then for you to state that, I think is helpful. But to summarize, the reason you're stating that is because he's an officer.
Yes.
And hasn't served 2 terms.
Yeah.
But outside of that, from a hotel.
Outside of that, yeah. I mean, all of our members are in good standing, so I think it just as precedent if they're wanting. But that's our practices. You guys are the ones that definitely appoint to that. But I'm just speaking to that. With the new board, we're kind of looking for stability in these first couple of terms.
Okay.
And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
I was looking at that from, he was serving from 2018 though, previously, but it wasn't exactly.
But we really like to separate ourselves as a new organization. We have new structure. Our board is expected to govern. The last board is not expected to govern. We have our new staff, so it is different.
Do I have any other nominations? And then we'll come back to that one, sir.
No, I mean, that was the same nomination I had that Tom had, but I was more along the lines of putting him at the at-large position, but obviously.
Okay.
How it's structured.
Any other potentials?
Well,
on this
we
one?
have 5 positions.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I would recommend we go off Cashin's recommendations just for continuity, what she was saying. So the 5 that they recommended.
Okay. So the 5 recommendations would be Beth Duke staying as ex officio, Christopher Fenton, correct? Phyllis Golden, and then you're saying Vic Raga would stay in the hotel, and what is the last one?
Bill Folks with the Civic Center.
Oh, the other ex officio.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any further discussion on this?
So basically just reappointing the same people that are on there?
It's a continuity vote if you want to do that, just because they're fairly new and you have a director that's asking for it. But you're not required to. I mean, if you did change one, the one that would make the most sense would be Serene in that hotelier position. Okay, we only have like 59 left, so we're going to accept a motion.
There you go.
Well, I would move that we accept the staff recommendations as presented for Convention and Visitors Bureau.
I have a motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yay.
We have 1 opposed. Item passes with a 4-1 vote. And Mrs. Glick, do you have everything you need on which ones we did?
Let me just restate it. We're going to reappoint Beth Duke and Bill Folks to the ex officio, and then we are going to reappoint Jason Fenton, Phyllis Golden, and Vic Raga.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
All right, on to item 10M.
Up next is the Animal Management and Welfare Advisory Board. This is composed of 5 members, all appointed by council. These members also serve 3-year terms without term limits. This board meets 3 to 6 times per year. The board liaison is Victoria Medley, the Director of Animal Management and Welfare. Current members on the board are going to be listed on the screen. And they include 1 vacancy, and there are 2 positions to consider today. So we have 1 seat that's been vacant for a couple months, and then 1 seat that the term is ending in December. You received 7 applications. Staff does recommend reappointing Alexandra Ibarra, and they also recommend Sandra McCart.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Do I have any nominations for this one we'd like to discuss?
Kerry Dawson.
Okay. That's a good one. Any others? I would like to nominate Councilman Les Simpson to fill the vacancy. I think it's very important that we have a councilman on that board and everything that we're trying to communicate back and forth over there. Be very advantageous for us. Any other nominations?
I'm good with Sandra.
So you're good with Sandra McCart, Kerry Dawson. We have Councilman Simpson. Anything from you, sir?
If Councilman Simpson's willing, is that something that you would, is this something that you would want to do? Is this?
I think it would be. I mean, I think obviously this is an important issue in our community, always has been, always will be. We've heard some feedback from the community and those types of things. I think these names that have been brought up would be equally as well, Sandra McCart, Carrie Dawson as well. But I think it would just be, if the council also feels, I guess, similar to the mayor, and that it might be good to have a council liaison in that area, I'd be glad to do that.
We appreciate that.
Okay.
So I would ask for a motion on Simpson first, and then we'll come back to the other one.
I'll make a motion for Les Simpson.
Second.
Okay. You want them separate? Is that how you're doing
That's
it?
perfectly fine. So we have a motion with Mr. Sherlin for less.
Yep.
Okay,
And a second from Mr. Kraft.
okay, thank you. And to confirm, this is the vacant position ending December 31st of '24 next
Okay.
year.
Do we, Mrs. Glick, do we want to take the other one in the same motion?
We
Or do
can
you
if
want
you're
separate motions?
Well, you've already made a motion for less, so let's go ahead and finish
Go
that
ahead and
vote,
vote it.
and then we'll go ahead and do the,
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any opposed? That motion 5-0. And then for our other one, I've got Carrie Dawson, I also have Sandra McCart. Do I have anybody that'd like to weigh in on that? I'd be in favor of Carrie Dawson.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did Sandra, so.
I think he's a good candidate.
Okay? Ask for a motion from you, sir,
Oh,
if you would.
oh.
You got to make a second.
motion. We nominate Kerry Dawson.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes.
Yeah, thank you.
Mrs. Glick, we'll clean it up. I'll get my names all together before we move next time.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay.
Our next board is the Amarillo Local Government Corporation. The LGC is composed of 7 members, all appointed by council. Members serve 3-year terms without term limits. This board meets monthly. The liaison to this board is Andrew Freeman, interim city manager. The current positions are listed on the screen, or the current members, I'm sorry, are listed on the screen. And there are 2 positions to consider today. You have 11 applications. Staff recommends reappointing Megan Zanchetin to serve a 2nd term, and then we do not have recommendations for the other position.
Do I have any nominations for this board?
Yeah, I'll nominate James Skank.
Okay.
I second James Skank.
Okay, we have 2 for Mr. Skank.
And I'd recommend just going with staff to keep Megan Zachetin.
Megan Zankatine. Okay. Anything?
I have another one, Tom Warren.
Okay.
The second,
I think it
2.
is the second.
That
I
would
can't
be-
tell if that's the second or the third.
I think it's the
there.
second, but I wanted to verify.
Councilman Simpson, anything from you on this one?
No.
No. I currently serve on this one with Councilman Smith, so Michael Hanning has done such a fantastic job on this, and he's our chair. He is willing to serve again, is that correct?
He is not willing to serve again.
He's
Only
not
Megan
willing to serve again.
is willing to serve again.
So only Megan. Okay, I would then go with Councilman Tibbs to reappoint Megan Zankatine and nominate James Skank. Does the council like that?
Yep.
If you do, you can so move.
Okay, do I have a so moved?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. Got that one, Mrs. Glick?
Thank you.
Okay.
Our next board is the Amarillo Hospital District Board of Managers. It has 7 members appointed by council. Members serve 2-year terms without term limits. This board does meet quarterly. The liaison for this board is Laura Storrs, the interim deputy city manager and chief financial officer. Your current members are listed on the screen. There are 4 positions up for grabs today. Please note that when we gave you the packet initially, we had only highlighted 3 names, but there are 4 positions that we need to fill. You have 10 applications. Staff does recommend Dean Frigo, Weston Wright, and Rodney Young be reappointed to serve another term. For the final position, staff recommends William Biggs be appointed to serve an initial term. Mr. Biggs is a healthcare attorney and has previously served on the LGC. His background is a good addition for the Amarillo Hospital District's Board of Managers.
Okay, so for a little clarity, you have a William Biggs,
So
and
the
then you have a
Biggs-
William C. Biggs.
So Dr. Biggs, currently serving on the board, is Dr. Biggs, MD. He is a medical doctor. William Biggs, who's applied on the board, is William Biggs, JD, an attorney. And so we are just asking to switch them out.
Okay, and is this board primarily financial, or is it medical in the
It
way in
is,
which
but
it
let me
relates?
have Laura come up here and address that.
Mayor and council, thanks. Yes, this board really is pretty much only financial at this point. It is tasked with ensuring that we have proper funding to pay for the indigent care costs associated with the city of Amarillo and Potter County. And so they have a mission to keep the corpus dollars intact from the sale of the hospital through the end of our current indigent care contract, which is in 2036. So it's highly financial related. There has been a lot of benefits having, and I will say Dr. Biggs has been a great addition because he actually worked at the hospital when it sold. And so there's been some great knowledge there. Also sharing the link, our staff recommendation was for William Biggs, and William Biggs is the son of Dr. William Biggs, and Dr. William Biggs also recommended to me that his son would be a great addition because he's got a lot of the historical knowledge as well. And then our other 3 are recommended. Dean Frigo was previously on city staff. He actually helped facilitate the sale of the hospital back in the 90s, so it has been invaluable to have that knowledge as part of our board. So any other questions I can answer?
Okay, thank you.
Laura, I see that like Rodney Young and Frigo have been there since 2016. Is that, I mean, from your standpoint, that's a good thing? You like having the...
Yes, that historical knowledge has helped a lot. We've had some changes, and I will say the funding has gotten tighter over the last few years, and it's really good having these members. Laura Street and Michael Alexander are both new. I think they're in their first year, so it's been really good to have this long-term knowledge from these other members to help them say, okay, so several years ago we had walked through this already. You know, we looked at these things and we decided to go this route. So it's been helpful, and it's certainly I've appreciated it as the staff liaison.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Questions?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thanks.
Do I have any potential nominations?
I don't have any.
Okay. Anything from place 2?
I would just, again, go with staff recommendations, including William Biggs.
Okay. Anything from 3?
Thomas Warren III.
So nominating Thomas Warren III in place of William Biggs?
Yes.
Are you good with Dean Frigo, Weston Wright, Rodney Young?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Simpson, your thoughts on this one?
I don't have any preferences.
Okay. I do like the continuity of having some people that have been there for a while. I also think Thomas Warren may bring a different look at it. And we are keeping the Dean Frigos and the Rodney Youngs that have been there for a while. I would like to see it go that way if anybody would like to move.
I take all the recommendations and add Thomas Warren the
Okay.
third.
So moved to nominate, Rodney Young, Weston Wright, Dean Frigo, and Thomas Warren III.
Correct.
Okay.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Moving right along, 10P.
So now we're on to the Amarillo Potter Venue District Board of Directors. This board is comprised of 7 members, 4 of which are appointed by City Council. The remaining 3 are appointed by Potter County. These members serve 2-year terms without term limits. They do meet 3 to 6 times per year. Laura Storrs is the liaison to this board. The current members I've got on your screen, and we have 3 positions to consider today. We received 5 applications for this board. Staff does recommend Deepak Patel and Vance Reed to be appointed to serve another term, but we don't have a recommendation for the 3rd position.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any potential nominations on this one, guys?
I'd recommend Mark Zimmer.
Yeah, Mark Zimmer.
Okay. Mark Zimmer in place of Alberto Rios, is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
And then Vance Reed, Deepak, still in those places?
So I have you appointing Mark Zimmer, reappointing Vance Reed, and reappointing Deepak Patel to serve 2-year terms beginning January 1st, 24.
So moved. Second.
I have a so moved in a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay.
Moving right along to the Amarillo Health Facilities Corporation. This is composed of 3 members appointed by City Council. These members serve 3-year terms with no term limits. This board meets annually. Laura Storrs is the liaison. The current members of the Health Facilities Corporation are listed on the screen, and we are considering all 3 positions today. You received 8 applications. Staff does recommend reappointing Dr. Bass, Eddie Boyd, and Patrick Williams to serve an additional term.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Of course.
I would just like to get, Laura, do you mind just giving a little background on this? Because I can't remember who I was talking to, maybe you or Stephanie, but how long those terms have been on there and the importance of.
Yes, and so Dr. Sam Bass and Eddie Boyd have been on the board, I think, for years. And this is actually not really an active board. It is technically still active, but we meet at the most once per year. We review an investment policy, and we review bylaws, and that is it. This is not a decision-making board at this point in time. There is a very small amount of funding left, and I would have to go back and do my homework with Brian to remember why we haven't sunsetted this board, but it's not an active board. It's just once a year. So I will say having Dr. Bass and Eddie Boyd on the board has been fantastic because they have so much knowledge that I don't even have. I don't know that we even have some of the knowledge internally anymore.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good question. Any discussion on this one, gentlemen?
I'm good with staff's recommendation.
I have a motion.
Second.
And a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 10R.
That was easy.
Good one.
Next board is the Beautification and Public Arts Advisory Board. This is composed of 9 voting members and 1 non-voting ex officio, as appointed by council. Members serve 3-year terms and do not have term limits. This board does meet monthly. The liaison to this board is Michael Kashuba, Director of Parks and Recreation. The current members of this board are listed on the screen, including 1 vacancy. There are 5 positions to consider today. You've received 8 applications for this board, and staff recommends that Kat Massey, Teresa Cruz be appointed to serve an initial term. They recommend Beth Duke be confirmed as the appointee for Center City, and Krisha Paul be appointed to fill the vacant position to serve through 2025. Council will also need to reappoint Councilmember Kraft or appoint another elected official to fill in the 5th position.
Okay, let's start with Kraft. Are you good to stay there, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we'll keep Kraft on it. Beth Duke staying in the Center City position. Did we have somebody else that was qualified?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so Beth is an easy one. And then now we have 3 that are up, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I've got some.
Go right ahead, sir.
Yeah, we've got Carrie Rushing, Weston Wright, and Teresa Cruz. Reappoint Teresa Cruz.
Okay, so you are Teresa Cruz.
Carrie Rushing and Weston Wright.
Okay, do I have any other nominations?
Okay, so what I'm hearing is you move to appoint Carrie Rushing to fill the vacant position serving through December 31st of 25. You move to confirm Beth's reappointment as the Center City appointed representative. You move to appoint Weston Wright and Teresa Cruz, along with Councilman Kraft, to serve 3-year terms beginning January 1st, 24.
That is from place 1. Yes, sir.
Cat Massey.
Say it again?
Cat Massey.
Cat
We have a
Massey?
nomination for Cat Massey.
Okay.
I would say Cat as well, with her involvement that she's had in some other places. And let me ask you, Councilman Kraft, Carrie Rushing or Weston Wright?
Oh, I would probably take Carrie Rushing.
Okay.
And say we can probably, 'cause I think Weston applies for some other boards down the road too.
Use him on a different one?
So
Can we go with Kraft, Cruz, Massey, Rushing, Wright?
Duke, not Wright.
Did I say it wrong?
Yes.
Beth
Oh, that's
instead of
correct.
Wright.
I'm sorry, Beth Duke. Yeah, not Wright. So let's say that again. Would you go ahead?
Yes. So Teresa Cruz, Beth Duke, Cat Massey, Carrie Rushing, and Josh Kraft.
Which, between Carrie and Kat, do you want to fill the vacant position serving through December 31st to 25?
Has Kat served on this board?
Kat has not served on this board. However,
Has
she
the
was
other
the
one?
coordinator for this board about last year this time. She resigned.
Mrs. Massey, would you like to take the vacant position? Is that fine? Wherever you'd like me to go. Okay. If we're okay with that? Okay.
Okay, so now we have Kat to fill the vacant position serving through December 31st to 25. Confirming Beth's reappointment as a Center City representative. Appointing Carrie Rushing, Teresa Cruz, and Josh Kraft to serve 3-year terms beginning January 1st, 24.
I think you got it.
Okay, do I have a motion? Or
So
does the
moved.
mayor have a motion?
Second.
Excuse me.
So moved and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Yay, we did that. Okay.
On to 10S.
I hit the wrong button. There we go. So now we're up to Parks and Recreation Board. This board is composed of 11 members appointed by council. Members serve 3-year terms without term limits, and this board does meet monthly. The liaison to this board is also Michael Kashuba, Director of Parks and Recreation. The current members of the board are listed on the screen, including 1 vacancy. There are 6 positions to consider today. You received 21 applications for this board. Staff recommends Jeff Brain, Sherry Ferguson, and John David Terry be appointed to serve an additional term. Hobart Gunny Brown and Thomas Riney to be appointed to serve, and Ronnie Walker be appointed to replace Terry Price at the end of her term. We did find out late in the process that Terry Price did wish to resign as she's retiring from Excel, and she suggested that Ronnie Walker fill her position at the council's pleasure.
So do we have Ronnie Walker on our applicants list?
You don't.
Okay. So and this is Ronnie Walker from XL?
It is.
Okay. Okay.
I'd like to nominate Rodney Hill to
Rodney
fill
Hill?
one of the positions. Yep.
I'd like Ronnie Head.
I would like, if Howard Smith was interested in this one, to nominate Howard Smith. Mr. Smith, is this one that you would like to look at, or would you rather look at a different one? Okay.
Who did Tom say?
Tom,
Oh,
who did
Ronnie
you say?
Head.
Ronnie Head?
Is it Ronnie Head?
Yeah.
Any from place 4, sir?
I would think of the staff recommendations, I would support Gunny Brown and Tom Riney.
Okay. Gunny Brown, Tom Riney. Ronnie Walker, I think, is a good one. What did you have?
Oh, I'm good. I was just counting. So we got 6 spots.
Correct.
Okay, so if we want to give a motion, what we'd be saying is Hobart Brown, Ronnie Head, Rodney Hill, Thomas Riney, Ronnie Walker, Howard Smith.
Yes, and I would need you to specify one of them to serve through December 31st of 26, and then the rest of them would all serve 3-year terms beginning January 1st of 24.
Mr. Smith, you good through 26? Okay, got a thumbs
Vote
up.
of confidence in you, Howard.
Before we move on that, did we have anybody else's that got left off that was?
So to clarify, you have Hobart Gunny Brown, Ronnie Head, Rodney Hill,
Thomas Riney?
Thomas Riney, which Ronnie Walker. is gonna
Ronnie
fill it.
Walker. No, Thomas Riney would be one, and Ronnie Walker would be
Okay,
another.
Thomas Riney, okay, then Ronnie Walker, and then Howard Smith, correct?
Yes, and Ronnie Head. So I'm going to read you the motion that I have.
She got that one.
You move to appoint Howard Smith to fill the vacant position to serve through December 31st of 2026, to appoint Ronnie Walker, Rodney Hill, Hobart Gunny Brown, Thomas Riney, and Ronnie Head to serve 3-year terms beginning January 1st of 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Oh,
Okay. Kraft sits on that board, and he seconded it, so I think we're good. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. 10T.
We're making it. Up next is the Advisory Committee for People with Disabilities. This board is composed of 5 members, all appointed by City Council. Members serve 3-year terms without term limits. This board meets 2 to 4 times per year. The liaison to this board is Chris Quigley, the Transit Director. Current members are listed on the screen, including 1 vacancy. We do have 2 positions to consider today. You received 8 applications for this board. Staff did not provide any recommendations, but please note that Mr. Warren Coble is willing to serve again at the pleasure of the council.
I would nominate Alan Gertensen to this board. He's not listed. He applied for several. I know he'd be willing to serve.
Yeah.
Yep,
I would
that.
second Alan.
Do you
and
have
then-
any others, or is Warren Coble another good one since he's willing to re-up?
I like Elaine Wilson.
Elaine Wilson in place of Coble?
Yes.
Any other nominations?
Kimberly Benson.
Okay. Any others? I think Alan would be good on this, but I think we could definitely put him somewhere else. Since he wasn't on this applicant's list, if it makes it easier on you guys.
Thanks. I mean, looking at Elaine's application, it's pretty extensive. I think her and Kim would Be good and use Alan somewhere else.
Okay. I know Coble has his plate full on lots of things, so I think those are good moves, if anybody else agrees.
So I'm going to read this out and then let you guys converse. I move to appoint Elaine Wilson to fill the vacant position serving through December 31st of 2025, and to reappoint Kimberly Benson, or I'm sorry, not reappoint, to appoint Kimberly Benson to serve a 3-year term beginning January 1st of 24.
Correct.
So moved.
Second.
I have a so moved and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. 10U.
Up next is the Community Development Advisory Board. The CDAC is composed of 7 members appointed by council. Members serve 3-year terms without term limits. This board hopes to meet 4 to 6 times per year. The liaison to this board is Jason Riddlesberger, the Director of Community Development. Please note that CDAC membership should be broadly representative, with participation encouraged by individuals from low to moderate income households and those who are part of the following populations: elderly, women, minorities, disabled, limited English proficiency, and those who are or have experienced homelessness. We did have the requirements for this board updated in the last couple of years, because we found that the previous requirements were a little too stringent to find members. The current members of CDAC are listed on the screen. All 7 positions are up for consideration today. To bring this board in line with the Amarillo Municipal Code, we do recommend staggering these appointments, so to make appointments in varying lengths. I can walk you through that as we go if you're interested. You did receive 21 applications for this board. Staff recommends the reappointment of Meg DeJong Shire and Amanda Holcomb to serve 1-year terms, to appoint Maya Marujo and Mara Kenoff to serve 2-year terms, and appoint Tommy Knox, Kat Massey, and Janet Van Alstein to serve 3-year terms.
These are your staff recommendations.
Those were our staff recommendations.
Are you saying Maya or Mara?
Well, we have Maya and we also have Mara.
Which one is your recommendation?
Both of them.
Where is Maya? Not on the, oh, there she is.
Right above Cat.
And give us the criteria again to serve on this board.
To serve on this board, individuals from low to moderate income households, those who are part of the following populations: elderly, women, minorities, disabled, limited English proficiency, and those who are or have experienced homelessness.
Okay. Anything from council on this one, gentlemen?
What I have down is Maya and Tommy Knox.
Tommy Knox is a staff recommendation as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, both are staff recommendations. Does anybody have anything that's not a staff recommendation?
No, and I think Jason runs it pretty good.
Yeah.
He's making the recommendations. I would say we stick with those.
So I'm going to go ahead and read this if you're okay with
Yes,
it,
ma'am.
and then y'all can move.
And with the staggered terms, right?
Yeah, I'm going to read it out with the
Okay.
staggered terms. So, reappoint Meg DeJong Shire and Amanda Holcomb to serve 1-year terms beginning January 1st of 2023. Appoint Maya Marujo and Mara Kenoff to serve 2-year terms beginning January 1st, 2023. And appoint Tommy Knox, Kat Massey, and Janet Van Alstein to serve 3-year terms beginning January 1st of 2024. We're going up.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 5-0. 10V.
Thank you for working with me on that one. Okay, now we're up to the Library Advisory Board. This is composed of 5 members appointed by council. Members serve 3-year terms without term limits. This board meets bi-monthly. The liaison to this board is Amanda Barrera, Director of Library Services. I've given you the current members of the Library Advisory Board on the screen. There is one position to consider today. You've received 11 applications for this board, and staff does recommend Krisha Paul be appointed to serve due to the fact that Ms. Paul is the only applicant listed that has an active and unexpired public library card. She also graduated from the city's Amarillo 101 program. We feel that having a library card may indicate a greater degree of interest in and knowledge of the library.
Am I looking at Jamie Haynes correctly?
Yes, that is Jamie Haynes.
Okay. Do I have any nominations?
I'd say Katie Reed.
That's Jamie Haynes, isn't
That is Jamie running for, no, but same lady.
Okay.
JT.
Yeah.
Kraft, what you got?
I would say Katie Reed.
Katie Reed. Anything from this side?
I think the library card for me is a deal stopper. I mean,
Who's the only one who has a
I mean, I
current
just
library
kind
card?
of find it hard nominating someone
Krisha Paul.
who's to serve on the library advisory board that apparently has not been using the library. So I would be fine with Krisha Paul.
Okay, I would go with Katie Reed. If I have two over here with that, is that correct?
Yeah, you got me, I think Tom.
I'm one.
Where were you?
Nowhere.
Nowhere.
Yeah.
We can wait.
But I'm good with that. Yep.
So the motion is to appoint Katie Reed to serve 3-year term beginning January 1st of 2024.
We good with that, gentlemen?
Yes. So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
4-1. Library card did it.
It is. It's
I know.
It's a deal killer for
We
me.
have to have standards.
Fair enough.
I appreciate the one vote there, the no vote, sir. Item 10W.
So up next is Planning and Zoning Commission, which is composed of 7 members, all appointed by council. They serve 3-year terms without term limits. They meet semi-monthly. The liaison to this board is Emily Kohler, Director of Planning and Development Services. Up today are 5 positions to consider. You received 11 applications for this board. Staff does recommend Renee Whitaker and Fred Griffin be appointed to serve additional terms. There are no other recommendations for the remaining positions in vacancy. Please note, when we gave you your motion language, we left out one blank. So we do need you to know that there are 5 positions.
Oh, do Kimberly Benson and Noah Dawson.
Okay.
I would nominate Frederick Griffin, Josh Langham, Landon Moreland, and Renee Whitaker.
Okay.
I've got Josh Langham, Noah Dawson, and then reappoint Frederick Griffin.
Anything from place 4?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Fred Griffin is a good one. I would nominate Dick Ford. He's pretty vast. Lex Graham, Royce Gooch, I like both.
But they're not. They're not
Are they-
up for. They did not.
Did they say no?
Yeah.
Emily.
Yeah, Lex Graham and
So Royce Gooch said he wouldn't want to serve any longer.
Right.
Okay.
Lex Graham also.
Lex Graham, same?
Mhm.
Okay. I like Langham. Okay, what have you heard? Can you give us the,
So I have Landon Moreland, Langham, Josh Langham, Noah Dawson, Kimberly Benson, Frederick Griffin, and Dick Ford. So I have one too many people. So
you have 6 nominations there?
I have 6 nominations and I need 5.
Can we work Kimberly Benson in a different capacity potentially? Was that your nominee?
Oh, yeah, we can work her into another one.
Okay. So I need someone to fill the vacancy serving through December 31st of 24. So
Let's do Landon Moreland.
Okay. So, I move to appoint Landon Moreland to fill the vacant position serving through December 31st of 2024, to reappoint Frederick Griffin, to appoint Josh Langham, Noah Dawson, and Dick Ford to serve 3-year terms beginning January 1st of 24?
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
Okay, at this time, excuse me, I think we want to take a short recess. We're about halfway done.
You got to make a motion.
I was going to say, can we have a vote?
Oh, I
Motion and
apologize.
vote on
So
that?
moved.
Thank you.
I was reading notes here and got excited about a recess. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes with a 5-0 vote. Now it would be my time to say, at this time, Ms. Glick, we're going to take a 5 to 10 minute recess. We'll come back and we'll finish this out.
Okay, tell me your motion and your second for that.
The motion and the second for that, did I have you as the
I think it was
motion?
them guys down
Yeah, you
there.
had me as a motion.
And a second. I second it.
So
Perfect.
1 and 2.
Mr. Motion down there.
Stop.
Thank y'all.
Stop. Bro.
with Miss Johnny Glick.
All righty. Up next, we have the 3 tax increment reinvestment zones in the city. We're starting with Center City Tiers number 1. This board is composed of 10 members, 3 of which are appointed by council, 7 of which are appointed by various other entities. Members serve 2-year terms without term limits. This board meets monthly. The liaison to this board is Drew Brassfield, Assistant Director of Planning. We have 2 positions to consider today. You also received 2 applications for this board. Staff does recommend Gary Jennings be reappointed to serve a second term, but we don't have a recommendation for the second position.
So Joseph Peterson is opting not to serve again?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Looks like we got 2.
And the criteria for Mr. Peterson's position is just city resident?
Yes. Registered voter.
State law actually allows in the county or an adjacent county, so it's very broad as far as state law is concerned.
Okay. We have any nominations?
Tom Warren.
Okay.
This.
Which one?
2.
Okay. Gary Jennings, obviously, is a good one. He's willing to serve. Any other nominations?
I don't have any.
Okay, so I hear, I interrupted you.
No, I believe you're good to go
Okay,
ahead.
I hear Gary Jennings to be reappointed and to appoint Tom Warren II to serve a 2-year term beginning January 24th of 2024.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Hang on a second. We have discussion.
That's fine. Discuss all you'd like.
You have Gary Jennings and Thomas Warren II.
Okay. We're good.
Any further discussion?
No.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes with a
Jack,
5-0
y'all went
vote.
right by me on that.
Sorry, we're moving fast.
I know.
Complaining.
Item 10Y.
So 10Y is the East Gateway Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone number 2, or Tiers 2. This board is composed of 10 members, 3 of which appointed by council, 7 of which are appointed by various other entities. Members serve 2-year terms with the same qualifications that Tiers 1 had. This board does meet monthly. The liaison to this board is Drew Brassfield, Assistant Director of Planning. There is 1 position to consider today. You have 1 application, and staff does recommend John Atterbury be reappointed to serve an additional term on the Tiers 2 board.
I would like to nominate Alan Gertensen. Do I have any other nominations?
Mayor Stanley, I hear that you move to appoint Alan Gertensen to serve a 2-year term beginning January 1st of 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 10Z.
I keep hitting that button. I'm sorry. 10Z is the South Gateway Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone number 3, or Tiers 3. This board is composed of 10 members, 3 of which are appointed by council, and 7 of which are appointed by various other entities. Members serve 2-year terms without term limits, with the same requirements that the previous Tiers board had. This board meets monthly. The liaison to this board is Drew Brassfield, the Assistant Director of Planning. The current members of Tiers 3 are listed on the screen, including 2 vacancies. The 3rd city appointee, Matt Griffith, will be transitioning to a non-voting ex officio member on the Tiers board, and therefore staff is requesting council appoint someone to replace him. Therefore, there are 3 positions to consider today. You have not received any applications for this board, but there are many applicants for other boards, such as AEDC, that will be a good fit. Some options may be Dean Crump, Jared Fuller, Rodney Hill, Steve Koski, or Steve Pear. We also will give you the option to stagger these. This board was created back in the spring, and when we appointed those board members, we did not stagger them, but it is good practice.
So, go ahead, sir.
Are you going to ask for any nominations? Or?
Well, I am. You know, John Atterbury from the East Increment Zone, I would like to put that one out there that I think he would be more beneficial here on the South Gateway Increment Zone because we don't have a list of applicants here. And it's a larger zone. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And then mine would be Weston Wright from the earlier one.
Okay.
And Dean Crump.
I think Dean would be a good one. Can you, we have our liaison. Did you have a question, sir?
Yes.
Oh, he's already here.
He was appointed by the Amarillo Hospital District.
Okay, so what we have is we have Dean Crump, John Atterbury. Do we have another nomination?
Kimberly Benson.
Kimberly Benson. Any others, Mr. Kraft?
Blaine Westlake.
You
Okay.
said Wayne Westlake.
Blaine Westlake.
I agree. I think we have enough. I agree Jared Fuller would be a good one as well. Do you mind reading back what you have?
We have John Atterbury, Dean Crump, Kim Benson, Blaine Westlake, and Jared Fuller.
On tiers, tell me Kim Benson.
I can pull her off.
Do you think she would be better in another capacity?
Yeah, I'll put her somewhere else.
Who are the other ones you have? Read them again, please, ma'am.
John Atterbury, Dean Crump, Blaine Westlake, and Jared Fuller.
What is Blaine Westlake resume look like, Mr. Kraft?
It's pretty big. Let me find it. He's the only one that we didn't appoint, I think, so far. On my list, anyways.
So I don't believe any of these nominees have been appointed this evening yet.
Mr. Brassfield, do you concur with everything we've done? You want to weigh in on this at all?
I have no official.
I love it. Okay. So let's pull Jared Fuller out. We'll see if we can find a better spot.
Okay. So are y'all good with staggering these terms?
Mm-hmm.
So let's do, who do you want to serve a one-year term? Recognizing that you could reappoint them when their term expires. It just maintains the staggering.
I would say, is it Blaine Westlake? 1 year term.
Okay, 2-year term.
Dean Crump. And 3 year would be John Atterbury.
So we have a motion to appoint Blaine Westlake for a 1-year term, to appoint Dean Crump for a 2-year term, and to appoint John Atterbury to a 3-year term, serving through April 24th, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from place 1, a second from place 2. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes with a 5-0 vote.
Awesome. Our next board is 10AA, the Construction Advisory and Appeals Commission. This board is composed of 9 members appointed by council with very specific requirements for each position. Do you want me to read you all 9 or just the 2 that we're looking for?
Just read the 2 that you have.
Okay. We're looking for 1 building contractor with experience in commercial or industrial building construction, and 1 plumbing contractor who is licensed by the state as a master plumber and who has experience in plumbing, contracting, in building construction. I'm going to clarify our the staff recommendations. You did receive 2 recommendations. Frank O. Wilburn to be appointed to serve in the open plumber position. His father, Frank Wilburn, is choosing not to continue to serve. Staff also recommends Mario Bolanos to be appointed to fill the upcoming vacancy requiring the building contractor with experience in commercial.
And that's a commercial and industrial contractor, right?
Yes, sir.
Does Jared Fuller qualify?
You know Jared Fuller better than I do.
You believe so? I would say so. He may also qualify as the plumbing contractor. Do they have to be a master plumber?
He's not.
Master plumber, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So he is an owner, I believe, but not a master plumber. So I would nominate Jared Fuller for the replacement of George Cumming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to go ahead and make a nomination for the plumber?
Do we have any other plumbers? And can I ask our liaison what his thought is on Frank O. Wilburn?
Frank would be a good fit.
Okay.
He's been in the plumbing industry since he was a kid.
Okay. Appreciate that. Any other discussion on this one?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So, Johnny, if you read it back to us, we'll move.
I had to think about it. I have a motion to appoint Jared Fuller, a commercial and industrial contractor, to fill the remaining term of George Cumming and serve through December 31st of 2024, and to appoint Frank O. Wilburn, a licensed plumber, to serve a 3-year term beginning January 1st, 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 10 double B.
Is the Condemnation Appeals Commission. The CAC is composed of 5 members and 1 alternate member appointed by council. They serve 2-year terms without term limits. This board does meet 1 to 2 times per month. The board liaison is Jacob Diaz, the city marshal. Current members of the CAC are listed on the screen. Note that members of the CAC must be appointed from current members of the CAAC, which was the previous board we did. The position held by Frank Wilburn will be vacant after Mr. Wilburn's term ends on the CAAC, which is this December. There are 5 positions to consider today, which include 1 alternate member. Council must select from the Condemnation Advisory and Appeals Commission members to serve on the CAC. Staff recommends Tom Roller and Jim Baines be reappointed to serve on the CAC. They recommend, do you have a replacement recommendation?
Yeah, we recommend Frank Wilburn for the other position.
Is that Frank Sr.?
The junior.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And then we have no other recommendations. Oh, and then Ryan Huseman to be reappointed to serve as an alternate.
So let me recap here. Staff is recommending Jim Baines, Ryan Huseman, and Frank Wilburn.
And Tom Roller.
And Tom Roller.
Mm-hmm.
So the only one that's still open is George Cumming.
Correct.
And he's not willing to serve again? I don't see him.
No, he wants to kind of retire.
Okay.
And because he came off the CAAC, he's no longer eligible for CAC.
Okay. Well, we have good names down here. Jeff Bryant, Russ Glaze, Gary Ward. Any of those 3 would be good. Do you have a preference, staff? If you were looking at Jeff Bryant, Russ Glaze, Gary Ward, one's insurance, one's home builder, the other one's MEP.
When I talked to Russ the other day, he was a little busier than he thought he was going to be, so I don't know if he's going to be really interested in doing that. But I didn't talk to him about doing this board.
Well, I have a concern having more than one State Farm guy around in any affluent position. We already have one.
Good point.
So, okay, so we can narrow it down to Jeff Bryant or Gary Ward. Do you have a preference?
Gary Ward.
Okay, all right, I would go with that one. So does anybody have any other discussion? Okay,
Okay, let me read it. We have a motion to reappoint Tom Roller, Jim Baines, to reappoint Tom Roller and Jim Baines, to appoint Frank O. Wilburn and Gary Ward to serve 2-year terms beginning January 1st, 2024, and to reappoint Ryan Huseman to serve as an alternate for a 2-year term beginning January 1st of 2024.
So moved.
Second.
okay, I have a motion and a second.
I second it, Ben.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes with a 5-0. Item 10, CC.
The Zoning Board of Adjustment is composed of 5 members and up to 4 alternate members appointed by council. Members serve 2-year terms without term limits, and this board meets as needed. The liaison to this board is Justin Opel, Development Customer Service Coordinator. The current members of the ZBA are listed on the screen. There are up to 4 positions to consider today, which include up to 3 alternates. You received 9 applications for this board. Staff does recommend Thomas Warren III be appointed to serve on the ZBA. Additionally, all 4 members with terms expiring are willing to continue to serve at the pleasure of the council.
Kim Benson.
There you go. Do you have a preference where you would go with her or no?
So I either need her to be a full member or an alternate.
Full member.
Okay.
Jeff Bryant, full member would be a good one.
So I only have one.
Right, I'm just
full
saying
member.
as a
Okay.
nomination.
I apologize.
No, you're good. Any other nominations?
Jason Burr's on here, so I would just maybe the consideration of maybe somebody who has been an alternate, maybe becoming the
Be a full
full-time.
member? That's a good one.
And Jason would be someone that is, I think, has had the experience to do that. And
So you would say Jason Burr moving into the place of
looks like Claudia Stewart. Yes.
Okay, and then Kim Benson alternate, Jeff Bryant alternate. Do we have another alternate? You need one more, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Any others, guys? Russ Glaze is a potential alternate if we needed it. And then you recommended Thomas Warren, but we have him on another couple boards?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And then you're still welcome to choose from anybody who is still currently serving and up for reappointment.
Man, I'd put Dick Ford up there again since he applied for this one if we needed him. Can you read them back and we'll narrow it down?
We have Jason Burr to serve a full 2-year term as a full member, to appoint Kim Benson and Jeff Bryant to serve as alternate members.
So moved.
We were missing
We need one more person.
So do we have, is Rodney Ramirez wanting to serve again and Dayton Tipton wanting to serve again?
Yes, every one of them are willing to continue to serve.
Anybody have a preference?
No.
Okay, I would move Rodney Ramirez for an alternate again.
Okay.
So can you read those 4 back?
We have a motion to appoint Jason Burr to serve a full, a 2-year term beginning January 2024, to appoint Kim Benson, Jeff Bryant, and Rodney Ramirez to serve as alternate members for a 2-year term beginning January 1st of 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So moved. Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 10 double D.
I hope this is the easiest appointment you make this evening. The Council Audit Committee is composed of 5 members appointed by Council. Members serve 3-year terms and do not have term limits. The board meets annually. The liaison to this board is Laura Storrs, Interim Deputy City Manager and Chief Financial Officer. The current members of the Council Audit Committee are listed on your screen, including 1 vacancy. There's 1 position to consider today. You have 1 application, and staff does recommend appointing Andrew Freeman to fill the city manager position to serve through December 2025.
And it has full staff recommendation. Is there anyone in staff that's
Exactly.
not
I don't know if I can
recommending?
accept
Well,
this.
somebody did for you. It's in here.
So,
Are we to understand that this is the older Andrew B. Freeman, or is this the Andrew Freeman?
well, the only Andrew Freeman qualified to serve currently
Okay.
is this Andrew Freeman.
Okay. I would ask for a motion then.
Motion, so moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 10EE.
So we are on to the remaining 6 boards, which are the city's Public Improvement District Advisory Boards. First, we have Greenways, which is composed of 5 members. 2 members are recommended by the developer, 1 recommended by the trust, and 2 who are homeowners. Members serve 3-year terms without term limits. This board meets 2 to 4 times per year. The liaison to this board is Carrie Roberts, PIDS coordinator. I have the current members listed on the screen for you. We are considering 3 positions today. Staff does recommend appointing Tommy Stafford, who was recommended by the developer, Seth Thomason, who is also recommended by the developer, and Timothy Reed, who is recommended by the trust.
Hit that clicker, if you would.
Oh, man.
Okay. So your recommendation is Seth Thomason, Tommy Stafford, and who was the other?
Tim Reed,
Tim Reed.
Timothy Reed.
I make a
Okay.
motion, we accept staff's recommendations.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Kraft, were you the second, or was it Mr. Tibbs? It was from that direction. All right, our next PID is the Heritage Hills Public Improvement District. It is also composed of 5 members, 2 recommended by the developer, 1 recommended by the owner, and 2 who are property owners. They serve 3-year terms without term limits, and this board also meets 2 to 4 times per year. Carrie Roberts is the liaison. I've given you the current members, including 1 vacancy. There is 1 position to consider today, which is that vacancy. Staff recommends appointing Scott Walton, who is an owner, to serve on the Heritage Hills Public Improvement District Advisory Board.
I make a motion, we accept staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 10GG.
The Pinnacle Public Improvement District Advisory Board is composed of 3 members, 2 recommended by the developer and 1 by the owner. Members serve 3-year terms without term limits. This board meets 2 to 4 times per year. Carrie Roberts is the PIDS coordinator. We do have to consider all 3 positions today. Staff recommends reappointing Wendell Davies, an owner, Mark Franklin, developer, and Cleve Turner, developer, to serve an additional term on the Pinnacle Advisory Board. And I misstated, they are recommended by the owner, the developer.
Discussion on this one, gentlemen?
Yeah, I do have a question on this one. So, I mean, if we wanted to, we could appoint Jason just because they're not recommended by the owner and the developer, right? Or is that...
So the agreements that the city has with the PID advisory boards allows the owner and developers to make their recommendations to the council. I don't, can they go on the fly? No, you have to go along with what's recommended.
Well,
The
now,
point of this would be.
the reason for this is because it's in development.
Correct.
So this would be different if you had homeowners living there in your community.
Absolutely.
So because this is directing development, you're saying the owner, developer has appointees.
That's correct.
But somehow we had somebody that applied
Yes.
So did we leave an application open?
So we still accepted applications for the PIDs,
Okay.
but we recognize that they do have to be recommended by their
Okay.
representatives.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion to accept the recommendations.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. On to, let's see here, 10HH.
We are, excuse me. We are on to the Point West Public Improvement District Advisory Board, which is composed of 5 members, 1 recommended by the developer, 2 recommended by the owner, and 2 that are homeowners. So this one is one that you could choose 2 people that live in the neighborhood that live in this PID to be on the board. Members serve 3-year terms without term limits, and they meet 2 to 4 times per year. Carrie Roberts is the coordinator. The current members of the Point West PID are listed on the screen. There is one position to consider today, which is the developer recommended position. Staff does recommend reappointing Dick Fawcett to serve another term on this board.
Questions? Okay. Motion, please.
I move to approve staff's recommendation.
To appoint Richard Fawcett.
Oh, I apologize.
No, you're good. I gotcha.
Have a motion.
I move to approve Richard Fawcett. Appoint Richard Fawcett. Jeez.
You good?
I'm so sorry.
It's late.
I'll second.
Okay, I now have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 2 left. 10, aye.
The Tutbury Public Improvement District Advisory Board is composed of 3 members that are all homeowners. Members serve 3-year terms without term limits. They meet 2 to 4 times per year. Carrie Roberts is the liaison for this board as the PID coordinator. I've listed the current members of the Tutbury Public Improvement District on the screen, including 1 vacancy. So you have 1 position to consider today. Staff does recommend appointing Teresa Cruz as recommended by the developer to serve on this PID.
Okay.
Make a motion to accept staff recommendation or owner recommendation or.
Let me restate that. Teresa Cruz is a homeowner, not a developer recommendation.
Correct.
So,
The motion is to appoint Teresa Cruz homeowner to fill the vacant position.
I have a motion and a second now. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 10JJ.
We are on to the Vineyards Public Improvement District Advisory Board. This board is composed of 5 members. 2 are recommended by the developer, 1 recommended by the owner, and 2 that are homeowners in this PID. Members serve 3-year terms without term limits. This board meets 2 to 4 times per year. Carrie Roberts is the board liaison as the PID coordinator. The current members of the Vineyards PID are listed on the screen, including 1 vacancy. You have 1 position to consider. No recommendations have been provided by staff. However, you received 3 applications. We wanted to add that recently the Vineyards moved from 3 members to 5 members upon the platting of 100 additional lots located within the PID. So this increased the board size as per their petition.
So that's your vacant position? 1 increase?
I'm not sure. Is that the vacant position?
Yes.
Yes.
So, go ahead.
I was thinking, wasn't there a lady that worked here at the city that was,
Because she's a city employee, she's ineligible to serve on boards.
oh, okay.
Well, I would nominate Sean Van Huss.
Yes, I would agree.
Yep.
Okay.
I make a motion to place Sean Van House on the Vineyards Public Improvement District.
Second.
Motion and a second on item 10JJ. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item carries with a 5-0 vote. I would
Okay,
like
before you adjourn,
Yes, ma'am.
I have just a little bit more. Our next steps in the city secretary's office is to reach out to the appointees and members rolling off and other applicants to let them know where they're at with us. We're going to provide them Open Meetings Act training, and just want to let you guys know that we may come back with additional appointments mid-year or is as necessary based on the board's abilities to meet their quorum requirements. Also, thank you so much for your time.
No, we appreciate you. Good
Thank
job.
you.
Well done. Thank you for everyone who stayed. Motion, please.
Make a motion to adjourn.
I got a motion and a second to adjourn. You're adjourned. Thank you.